that? 10 gigs of space. There you go. I'll see ya. Release date 2019. Yeah, I use noise generators. Renbird. It's right there. Can I just say that that shit's very funny to me? It's like infinite survival. The infinite survival's actually just been 2020. That's what that's actually been. Anyway, enough of me making fun of that Steam page. Let's jump into some Longdeath, shall we? The Absolute Realm. Year 250. On the dot. Meaning we are 245 years into Longdeath. It's probably not online on Steam, but I wouldn't be surprised if those types of games have like key giveaways that must have game wish list in their requirements. I wonder about that stuff because like I do see. You know, honestly, I don't know how I feel about a lot of that stuff. Trail of Debris, just because it's like Steam is so based on Steam is basically just YouTube now, right? Like, in order to get your game noticed on Steam, you need a lot of wish lists, right? And that's why there was so many smaller games like banding together in around E3 and getting into all of those non-official but semi-official E3 streams. It's just purely because people want or need, in order to sell their game, they need a lot of wish lists, right? Like, in order for it to pop up in people's recommended and similar to, you need to have a lot of wish lists. In order to pop up in people's games queue, you need to have a lot of wish lists. And that's kind of fucked up, and it's leading to people doing some crazy things. Like, you know, you've got like YouTubers just not, I don't want to quite say doing asset flips, but like making video games as part of making videos, and then they throw their audience of like 2 million people at their game, and they're just like wish listing their game. And then when you go and look at the game's reviews and descriptions, like this is a perfectly good example of this, right? Which I actually have set to my ignored because this game annoys me. This game is a perfectly good example of this. This is made by a YouTuber named Danny Dev on YouTube. It's a fine YouTuber. He does a lot. He does very memey like Unity asset development stuff, right? Unity development stuff. But like it exists purely to advertise his other game, and he has, well, first off, it's a free game. And he has, you know, several million subscribers on YouTube. So he just throws his audience at it to just go review it. And most of these reviews that are, like, not legitimate, well, you know, not necessarily illegitimate reviews, but, like, most of the reviews on this game are just, like, big chunk, very strong, muck, yeah, fun, period. Like, it's sex. Literally just because that's what he tells his audience to do. It's like, just go leave a review saying anything. It could be any word. Doesn't matter what it is. And it's like, the game is, like, probably fine. It's just a little wave defense game that he calls a roguelike for some fucking reason. But it's literally a wave defense video. And if you watch the video of how he made it, he straight up states, he's like, I don't know how to do procedural generation programming, so I just stole this guy's code from another open source project. Like, straight up, that's what he says he does. And it's like, and that is the best possible marketing you could have on Steam right now, is doing that. And it's like, the other popular marketing for everybody is like, instead of building a like, you know, actual marketing campaign, what they'll do is they'll just take their game and then they'll put up a free version of the game in a different Steam page called Prologue, and they'll just take away space from other games that need to be getting sales. And I don't know, it's funny because like everybody's like anti-Epic and shit, but at the very least, if you put a game on Epic and it comes out that week, they promote it, right? And they at the very least, like if you release your game on Good Old Games and you're the newest game, they promote it. It's not up to some algorithm based on the amount of wish lists that you have. Like, it's Steam's fucked up, and they're letting it become more and more fucked up. I mean, there was a time where demos were standard because we didn't have the internet, right? Breeskill, but demos are kind of a different thing. But it's just, in a world where in order for a game to survive and sell, they need to have X number of wish lists. I think that's genuinely fucked up. But all that aside, we should get started on Longdeath. Longdeath, the current dwarves that are alive, well, we are in year 250, meaning the fort is 245 years old. The dwarves that are alive are Daturo, Jacknarik, Axon, the Squoid, Bilug II, Taurus II, Abe Exendi, Stone, Vimamel, Lafonda, Goffer, Clay, Aquafunkalistic, Bootywap, Patchwork, Corvius, Defcom, Formal, Chico, Rhine, Trees, Tiny Goliath, Ghost, Kade, Bluewater, Peter, Cooler, Merchimel, Critty, H2O, Flemmy, Audio, the Second, Socksmell, Simplex, Seeker, who I need to give a job, Beermanier, Bastet the Third, Pilot the Third, Whitcode, Cyrolac, Spitalier, and of course, a brand new baby that I didn't realize that I had that I need to name right now, named Rakist. Does anybody want to be a brand new baby? I know that's kind of out of nowhere, but does anybody want a brand new baby? A prologue with minimal gameplay would be 2 hours, so that by the time you actually are able to play the game and realize it's a shit game, you release the prologue of 2 hours of gameplay. We'll call this baby Massive. Yeah, I didn't even realize I had a baby born. I must have been very distracted the other day. You want it? Too late. Costlord, too late. What a massive baby. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His hanging lobed ears are very flattened, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. He has a square chin, and his teeth are crowded. His nose is slightly hooked. His slightly rounded, close-set cobalt eyes are slightly protruding. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. He dreams of raising a family and is quick to anger, and personally deeply respects eloquent speakers, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't care, one way or another, about fairness. 245 years old is this fortress. This fortress is 245 years old. Yeah, no, that's the other thing, right? Is you make your prologue 2 hours long, you release the prologue, everybody plays the prologue, and then you get the full game, you play through the full game, you finish the content that you already played in the prologue, and then everything beyond there is significantly worse than what was in the prologue, and it's like, God. I don't know, if a game is a prologue, I'm significantly less interested in playing it, and I like demos. So, I don't know. That shit fucks me up. I'm not a big fan of it. Not a big fan whatsoever, I'll be honest. Were there emotes for Pride Month this year? I don't think so. I don't think Twitch did anything, actually. I want to say there was like some sort of front page featuring for LGBT community members, but that's about it. Yeah, I was a little disappointed that they didn't do anything, but I've heard mixed opinions. Some people saying that they don't really care, so doesn't matter, I guess. But no, there's no big charity or event or anything this month, which, like I said, I think kind of sucks, but...
Dang, I was hoping this would get some emotes.
They should have just brought back the same emotes as last year. Like, literally, like, just bring back the exact same stuff. That's what they really should have done. I never played Metal Gear Solid 5, so I don't know. Didn't they charge you $60 for that prologue, though, with Metal Gear Solid 5? You're awake now? Well, good morning. Thank you very much for the 32 months here, EBR. Cheers. What you want to do with those? The bees are great. Just use the bees. Forget about the rest of them. The paint emote's great, and the bees are great. Forget about the rest. They should have just given us more bees. That's what they really should have done. Yeah, currently the dwarves are just dealing with animal bits. So I did a lot of slaughtering. Need to make a ballista arrow and 2 crowns. It was worth the $20. It was bad. Well, I mean, I don't know. One of my favorite examples of crappy prologues is Stone Shard and their prologue, where like their prologue is this really neat little turn-based dungeon crawler, and then the rest of the game is completely not representative of that product. And as a person who likes roguelikes, I felt ripped off, and a lot of people who don't play a lot of roguelikes didn't finish the prologue portion of the purchased game and said, game's pretty good. First boss is kind of hard. I'm going to wait until the game gets more updates. It's like, oh my god, do you think the rest of the game is like that? I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it's upsetting to me. It's upsetting. But it is what it is. The 2 hands that form the heart are cute. Sure. I don't know. It's just not the emote. They're not emotes I would ever use. The 2 hands that form a heart. But I do use the paint bucket and I do use the bees. All right. Well, the elves have arrived to trade because it is early spring. 17th of granite to be specific. 34 dwarves in the fortress. It's going to be an interesting few years. We had some weird bugs where I couldn't actually trade. So I haven't traded in like 2 years. So hopefully I'm able to trade this year. That would be nice. But in order to be able to trade, I need them to actually finish unpacking. So I demolished my trading depot and made a new one, just a few tiles to the right, kind of hoping that they'll be able to unload and trade. Otherwise, we may have trouble. We may have trouble, because eventually they'll go to war with me if I can't trade with them. So well, hopefully this fixes that problem. Sell some prepared food plots. How many times have I been raided? Not in about 140 years. Ish. Well, 170 years. I'm not at war with anybody, so we got hit by a few goblin scouting parties early on, and I've fought off a handful of forgotten beasts, a couple giants and stuff like that. Few minotaurs, and I have a bunch of ettins and giants in my basement as well. How fast does a year go by? A year goes by, well, I do about 2 to 3 years per stream, and a stream is about 5 hours usually. Of course, there's some allowance for pausing in there. A little more than an hour. Depends on your frame rate. Depends on your frame rate. But with our frame rate, in-game year is about 2.5 hours. About. Give or take 20 minutes. Because we've been in this fort for a while. Yay, I can trade now. So whatever that issue was, it's fixed. Let's see, they brought a cardinal, a buffalo, a badger, wolf, fluffy rambler, emu. Another cardinal. Nothing I need. I already have all that stuff. So instead, I will simply take your nuts, pecans, and plums. Get the badger? I don't need a goddamn badger. What am I going to do with a badger? Let it run around or eat it? Like... Yeah, I have no use for a badger. No, if they brought, like, a giant badger, then I'd think about it. Well, see, here's the thing, Massive Breaker. We're not at war with anybody. Why would I need an attack badger? Badgers eat mice, do they? I don't know. I don't even have cats. So, all in the name of frame rate! Just gonna put a finished goods stockpile down here because I got a lot of stuff that's just kind of lying around that needs to be put away. What was that? Right, yeah. Merchie Mall's all haggard. That's fine. Poor dwarf. Poor dwarf. A mayor's serving strawberry wine. You got skills assigned. Yes, yes, you did. Just had to check that. But yeah, no, this fortress is about mostly peace. We do very little in the way of fighting and raiding because there's no point. If I were to do that, we would probably kill the entire world in a couple of years, and then there would be nothing left, and then the world would become very static and boring. So because we're trying to keep the fortress alive for 1,000 years, we are at peace with everybody except for the goblins, and the goblins don't raid us because we don't have enough dwarves for them to know that we're here. If I were to piss off the elves would raid me, but I've been very careful to not do that because the elves don't care about population count. The goblins won't invade you unless you have over 80 population. We don't have over 80 population. Is every dwarf legendary? Not every dwarf is legendary because not every dwarf is an adult. About half of them are legendary, give or take. None of the kids are. We're actually doing really well on the kids front, though. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 children in the fort, which is brilliant. Any recommendations? Not really. I mean, because I don't really use a huge variety of them. Find one that you enjoy looking at. I would recommend going to the Bay 12 Games forums and just kind of scrolling until you find one you like. I know the Humble tile set's pretty popular when it comes to pleasing ASCII. What's your dear Lady Stone legendary in? Let's see if I can find her. Oops, that's Vim. Stone. There you are. You are a legendary spear dwarf, shield user, armor user, discipline, observer, fighter, wrestler, biter, striker, kicker, dodger, miscellaneous object user, legendary clother, legendary stonecrafter, legendary student, concentration, and you know some instruments. You are a novice golem player, and a proficient in the words. Poet of phrases. And the satin of rhyming, you are adequate, and you are skilled at the dancing of the fuchsia velvet. Does that mean they're max? That means they have the highest possible skill, yes. But the skills do degrade, and they can become rusty at the skill if they don't practice it enough. How did you make your text like that? Press F12. It switches whatever font you have to the default font. You can even do that within default and it'll switch to this font. I know some people who just leave this font turned on all the time because it's easier to read. Just like if you press F11 and you have a separate tile set, I can press F11, make the game go full screen, and it swaps to ASCII. A lot of fun stuff you can do with that. Bedrock! 5 months. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for a 5th month. Welcome back for another month. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Bedrock? How they are a legendary biter with no fighting going on? Years and years and years and years and years and years of trading. Training. I mean, a lot of dwarves like to practice some martial art. In fact, something that a lot of people don't do, and they wonder why the dwarves get so upset, is there are certain dwarves that, in order for them to be able to maintain mental stability and happiness, they need to train a martial art. When the last militia captain died, she was one of the most upgraded soldiers, so I made Stone the lady militia captain. Most of the militia captains of this fortress actually have been ladies. A massive breaker with that tier 1 subscription. Enjoy those stupid skulls and dwarves and lasers and shit. Can I get another big old round of beers for Massive Breaker? That's almost a hype train. Damn close. Cheers, friends. Tele needs real beer again, just saying. And Massive has grown to become a child. A massive child, one could say. And of course, we attracted no migrants because we've had no migrants in years. Been decades! But thank you very much. Also, just to anybody who's just subscribing, or who's already subscribed, if you own Empyrean Galactic Survival, as of this morning, my stream team is now hosting a Empyrean Galactic Survival server, which Bellinair is mostly manning. But if you own that game and are interested in playing some Empyrean, some people, we have a server up and running now. Information on how to join can be found through that Discord server. Of course, all the rules apply. You know, keep your language to family friendly. Just like the Minecraft server we run. Although we're still waiting on some of the quality of life stuff to actually update to the most recent version. I'm getting all of these crafts out of here. I'll be able to trade them away pretty easily later. But I don't want to sell them to the elves, because the elves are not a big fan of buying stuff that's studded with wood. So, it's best to just not sell it to them. Best to just not sell it to them. I think someone's testing a smoke detector somewhere in my building because I keep hearing beep, beep, beep at a very far distance away. So hopefully they don't do that in my area, because if so, I'm going to suddenly mute stuff and it's going to get very loud in here very quickly. I don't think that's happening today. I think what's happening today actually is they're retesting a bunch of units, because I got an email about that and my unit wasn't on the list. So hopefully they don't set off the building fire alarm as part of this test. I got a tiny fort to become quite big. Yeah, in like 3 days. That definitely wasn't a one-shot fort that died for funsies. You know, I'm definitely just a god at Dwarf Fortress. So much of a god, in fact, that I can modify my save files and make the embark maps bigger. Welcome back, Flemmy. By the way, your dwarf is where'd your dwarf go? You had a dwarf. Yeah, your dwarf's not dead yet. That's what I was gonna say. Your dwarf's not dead yet. But you are 150 years old, so you could die any year in the next 20 years, or you could live for another 20 years, but you are blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace, and, you know, you are not married to anybody and have no friends. So I'm sure that your life as a dwarf is going to go very well. Very, very well. Who needs friends anyways? This fortress, who needs more children. So you need friends because you need to make babies. All of the dwarves need to make babies. It's like a mandatory thing that every dwarf must make at least one baby. Although fortunately, the way it usually ends up actually working out is that multiple dwarves will make multiple babies, and then lots of dwarves will just make none. So I'll get like a few really big families and then a lot of single sad dwarves who are like, I want a lover. It's usually how it ends up going. Or like I'll have one dwarf just like hook up with like 15 other dwarves and have kids with all of them. That also happens sometimes. Shoutouts to Axon the First for being our local orgy hero. That dwarf had, I think it was 6 lovers at one point and a husband. It was brilliant. I kind of love it when Dwarf Fortress does that shit. It's very amusing to me. Very, very amusing. Maybe I'm just easily amused. I don't know. I found it very amusing. Alpha dwarves, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if alpha is necessarily the word I'd use. They're more just like horn dog dwarves. But yeah, we're getting a bunch of stuff moved down here because I just kind of had it lying everywhere, and I just want to get it all kind of put away. I've been doing that for the last 30 years, and it sort of works. The only way to actually make that work is to literally just lock 2 dwarves in a single room with alcohol. But I don't really like doing that because that impacts overall mood. So, but yes, I have two burrows specific for that. I have Celebrate, and then Celebrate, please. Celebrate is like all the bedrooms, the library, the main temple, and the tavern. And then Celebrate, please is just the tavern with no beds. So they're just allowed in the tavern. And it helps, but I don't know. It doesn't help that much. It helps, but it doesn't help that much. I mean, no, usually if you lock 2 dwarves in a room by themselves, it generally just fucks your frame rate. It doesn't really do much. Like, that's a surefire way to completely, totally, and utterly wreck your frame rate. So I'm not really a huge fan of using that strat, as popular as it often is. I try to not use it. Even though it's like, you know, one of the most used strategies that I see other people out there in the world using. By other people, I mean the one other person who kept the fort alive this long. Or rather, the one other person that I know who kept the fort alive this long. If anybody else knows anybody who's got fortresses that are more than 100 years old, please send them my way. I'd love to meet them. But in my experience, there are not too many of us. There are maybe half a dozen of us who've kept the fort alive this long, outside of people that are just cheating, straight up. By that I mean, like, you know, using DF hack to spawn more creatures and stuff. There are very few people who've actually kept fortresses alive for 100+ years legitimately. Also, Axon would like to practice some martial art. Well, I guess it's time to get the squads training. So this is how people become legendary fighters. It's because I literally just have this training spot right here in a waterfall where they just sit there and they practice for months on end. It's very, very, very efficient, actually. What's the mayor want? 1 crown. But yeah, that's how they become legendary fighters, is just years of training. Literally years of training. But there was something that I glossed over real quick there, which was Axon II, this dwarf, who's currently behind my camera. But this dwarf is extremely restless after being able to practice martial art. That is a thought that kills a lot of dwarves, but just putting them in the military for a bit completely fixes it. So I actually have a whole bunch of dwarves that just train in non-combat squads, so like just wrestling squads, purely for the sake of giving them like exercise. Basically, it's like, oh, you're just my gym rats. These dwarves just really want to go and work out and do nothing else. It's a pretty efficient method of training dwarves, actually. Pretty efficient method of training dwarves. So how was everybody's Monday? Did anybody do anything fun over the weekend? Because, like I said, my Monday was a complete and total fucking write-off. Aside from the part where I finally rewatched The Godfather, which is something that I've been meaning to do for a while. Ever since Netflix put out the Fear City documentary series, which was just talking about mafia. Training injuries haven't been a thing in Dwarf Fortress in about 4 versions, so no. But ever since Netflix kind of put that out, I've been planning on rewatching Goodfellas and The Godfather and kind of some of those more classic mafia crime movies because those movies are so fucking good. They're so fucking good, man. So fucking good. My parents hate them, but I don't know. I think those movies are brilliant. Best movies about terrible people. You drove to and from 2 hours away city in Europe. You drove so much your butt got sore. Yeah. I don't know. I don't sit in cars very often. Being in a car is a weird novelty for me, so my butt gets sore in cars real quick. If they don't ever get caught in combat too, it depends on the dwarf. But the dwarves that I put into my spear squads are totally mentally prepared to be caught in combat. The ones that are just in the wrestling squads are not. Renbird. So if I have dwarves that handle stress well and like, you know, getting into brawling fits and they want to practice a martial art, then I put them into that. Otherwise, they do other things. You made mac and cheese on Monday. I had a pretty great late breakfast. I had fried tofu and hash browns. It was delicious yesterday. It was delicious. And then like after that, I just stayed in bed and did nothing because it was too fucking hot to exist. Time to arrival just went down every minute. It increased. Oh god. How long is it? Again, after half an hour, it was a 2-hour drive. How long is that drive supposed to be? Like, is it normally like, is this one of those drives where it's like, if there's no traffic, it's a 30-minute drive, but it took you 2 hours? I remember there was one time growing up, we went downtown in Vancouver, and it took us like 4 hours to get back, and it's normally like a 25-minute drive from where I lived at the time. It's like it was 4 hours of just getting stuck in traffic. I feel like GPSs have made avoiding traffic easier, but at the same time, they've also made like side roads significantly more busy because people are like have a way easier time of just avoiding lots of traffic, but at the same time, they still just fucking get stuck in places because they're like, oh, I'll just take this side road and then take a wrong turn or a road that's not on the GPS, and then nope, you're fucked. But that sucks. That sucks. You literally did what I said. Oh, was it one of those situations where like you looked at your Maps app and it's just like, oh, all of these roads are bright red. All roads in Germany are on the GPS. That's good. Yeah, it's really fun here when like certain roads just like won't be on the GPSs here. Like to my knowledge, there's this big toll bridge that they built like 11 years ago that's still not on Google Maps here. So like there's this massive bridge and Google Maps is just like, yo, drive into the river is how it tells you to get to certain places in Vancouver. It's like, just drive into the water and you'll be fine. But you obviously are driving over a bridge, but is that a honeybee? Is my honeybees working again? They might be. We may need to make some more wax crafts. Is my manager in the military? Yes, I think. Are you? Or are you just really busy? I think you're just really busy. Take you off of farming. Tolls suck. 'Tis the way of things, right? I mean, driving cars sucks as far as I'm concerned. Driving cars makes the side of my building smell like gasoline. Wish they wouldn't do that. So yeah, tolls suck, but I hate cars more. Someone's gotta pay for that bridge. People don't want to pay for it with taxes, so here we are, tolls. It's also like, I feel kind of old when I say this, but when I first started taking the bus in this area, bus passes were $1.50 for an adult pass, $1.10 for a youth pass, and now they're like $3 for an adult pass. It's like, whoa, that shit got more expensive very quick. Did you ever confirm those orders? No, you didn't. Where are you going? You're literally my manager. I need you to go confirm some orders. Okay. There you go. Now you're doing it. Why'd you take so long? You silly dwarf. Easily distracted, I guess. Without tolling it to a private company? I mean, that's what happens when you don't want to pay for stuff with taxes. You know? People are just like, fuck taxes, fuck tolls. It's like, well, unfortunately, people got to get paid. You got one politician that's pro tolls. Luckily, he's the opposite side of the nation. Wait, why is that lucky? Just don't have buses? That's even worse. Once again, it's just because people don't want to pay for things with taxes. It's almost like the places with the worst roads, the worst schools, the lowest education, and like the least efficient public transit systems are the places with the lowest taxes. It's almost like that. I don't know if I could confirm that. You know what's funny? I was joking about this the other day. Well, technically, I guess after the last stream, because I was in a Discord call with a friend. I was joking with them about this because a couple weeks ago, I got called socialist propaganda on my stream. It was when I was playing Humankind. I was just streaming and rambling about shit. Not too dissimilar to this. And I randomly was just like, it's almost like the places with the lowest taxes or something like that. But anyway, I threw out one of those comments, and then someone's just like, what is this stream? Fucking socialist propaganda? I'm like, man, I should put that in the description of my channel. To be clear, like my point of view is a very Canadian one, right? I have very little knowledge of what it's like in Brazil. But then again, we've talked about that. Germany, you have 16 states, so he's on state level, not federal level, so his policies will not affect you unless you drive to his cursed lands. Well, I mean, Germany is like not even half the size of my province, so it's not very far that you'd need to drive. Socialist propaganda. Well, I see, here's the thing. It's not a tag, right? Although I want to swap out visual ASMR for accidental ASMR because everybody's like, blind, you put me to sleep. 10 car hours on free road? Really? Okay, well, it's still like not even half the size of my province, but it's like a 15-hour drive if you take the highway to get out of my province from where I'm at. Germany's still a small country, though. But, you know, that's basically this stream, is visual ASMR and socialist propaganda. To shrink your country? we just need a gigantic fucking shrink ray. Although, there's this pretty outdated song now because Russia changed their laws, but there's this pretty outdated song called Canada's Really, Really Big, where it literally is just like commenting on the fact that Canada is the second largest country in the world. That's all it is. It's just a Canadian comic song. It's supposed to be a joke. But there's this one line in it which is, and if Russia keeps on shrinking, then soon we'll be first. But Russia has kind of more or less stopped shrinking, which is kind of like, God damn it. Just like keep breaking off into smaller countries, and then Canada can be the biggest country in the world. But it's not going to happen, unfortunately. It's like a weird thing for me to hope for, but, you know. It'd be fun to be able to say that I am from the biggest country in the world. Where are you? Oh, you're collecting wood. That's what you're doing. I was like, what the fuck are you doing, dwarf? Organize a cooking demonstration. Rhinestone's organizing a cooking demonstration. That's awesome. Rhinestone the doctor was organizing a cooking demonstration. Beleg the Hammer Lord has bestowed the name Therulus the Monstrous upon a bronze warhammer. Good on you, dwarf. Must really like that warhammer. Trusty old thing. Does you good, I think. How many, God, you're wearing a lot of cowbone stuff. It's just a normal-ass bronze warhammer. No kills with it, but you really like it. Snakes beached. That's what that means. Must like snakes. Must also like beaches. Speaking of snakes and beaches, how's this dwarf doing? We're gonna need to do clothing today, I think, because this dwarf is wearing some cruddy clothing. Wouldn't really want dwarves to get upset. Simplex is conducting a meeting. Are dwarves assembling those ballista arrows? Let's just do 25 ballista arrowheads, just in case that's the issue. In regards to what, Flemmy? Hello, homeless plumber. You had a foreign exchange student in from Berlin, from Germany, to live with you, and you were amazed by him driving everywhere all the time, and being 45 minutes from a major city. Wait, why? What do you mean by amazed by him driving everywhere all the time? Was he just like not used to walking anywhere ever? I mean, I know a guy who drives, or one of my neighbors drives to work, and he lives works a 15-minute walk up the street, and he drives a pickup truck. He drives to work every day. Drives a pickup truck 15 minutes to work every day, and complains very loudly with my other neighbors that he's overweight because he doesn't get enough exercise. It's like, you're a 15-minute walk away from work. Just fucking walk to work. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, the invest thing is just kind of a joke. As if it's meant to be taken seriously. I really should update the wording to, like, game stonks or something. I don't know. Good wins, though, friends. That or, like, investing in some silly coins. For a while there, I was actually considering making a crypto emote, which would just be crypt-o because my emote prefix is crypt. That or making a crypt-o emote that isn't even remotely related to crypto. Just because I think it would be kind of funny. I need more coffee. The humans have arrived to trade. Season built more like blank lands and stuff. Yeah, no, I mean that's the way it should be. Lemmy, that's the way it should be. That's the way that we are like rebuilding all of our cities around here right now. Could be called cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency. Bury it in the ground. Welcome to the currency crypt. It's definitely what I intended that to be. All right, the humans have arrived to trade, which means I got a diplomat trying to arrange a meeting immediately, and I gotta put a lot of stuff in here. First off, let's put all of the used clothing. Can I export crowns? Looks like I can currently. Please don't arrest us. I will be sad if this dwarf arrests us. Your communist bike lanes won't happen here in America. Depends on what part of America. I've seen a lot of bike lanes in certain cities. Like, I mean, it's been a minute since I've been to Seattle, but there's plenty of bike lanes in Seattle. Here we're just like, there are certain parts of town that straight up just have like no car roads now. It's like, you know that ruling in SimCity where you just like push the button and then it's like, oh, this is like only if you live here are you allowed to drive. That's what a lot of our roads are like now. Which is really nice. Tagism, Olpahoxi, the human royal treasurer says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? As per usual, all of the logs so that we don't upset the elves. It's literally the only request that I have. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Goodbye, humans. Thank you very much for trading once again in the year 250. You will found the Rust Belt and Bike Lane Initiative to make them more feasible, and they will go down both ways. Wait, how would we do that? Is this like as part of the flat Earth theory, where like we'll just have to like put something really heavy at one end of the world to like tilt it so that everybody can commute to work, and then tilt the world the other way so that they can go back home? It's like an MC Escher painting, but for bike lanes. Can't wait. Super excited. Ah, god dang it. I can't trade crowns. I don't think I can just search by crown, can I? Ay, ay, ay. So I guess what I need to do is this. Guess that's what we'll do. Then the blind can lead the fool. I mean, I generally don't take offense to anything, but there are certain jokes that I read where I look at that and I go, you shouldn't say that just because it's shitty. And that's one of the ones that I will say. Still tempted to play this game from since you have no idea no idea how long it will be for since it releases on Steam, and and how much content is lost in the move. Why would content be lost in the move? What content are you speaking of being lost in the move, Buzz Gothic? I mean, yeah, we have no idea how long it's going to take for it to come out on Steam because development on DF is slow, but... You know what's ironic is roundabouts are actually really bad for electric vehicles. So, like, roundabouts are better for fuel vehicles and fuel economy. They are worse for electric vehicles because electric vehicles need to slow down and speed up and stop to charge their batteries, which I think is really funny. Like, really funny. It was Comedy Gold opening day. A couple of semi-trucks tipped over from turning too sharp. Lovely. I wouldn't quite call that Comedy Gold, but Comedy Calamity or like Schadenfreude for sure. But, I mean, it's not because time is subjective. It's just because Dwarf Fortress is a mess. Just checking something, because I just got an email about a thing that I need to follow up on real quick. No information yet. Okay. An invoice that I had to send for a thing to get paid for a thing just came back, so I had to poke it and just see if that's coming. You have a lot of roundabout with lowered centers for trucks and business and buses, and instead of fighting them and ruining their cities just adopted the roads for regular cars, and they don't use the They usually don't use those even if it's possible. What? For roundabouts? They just avoid the roundabouts entirely? That's a little weird. Why would they just avoid the roundabouts entirely? Okay, so I can't be trading or selling any crowns. Pain in the ass. Silly mayor. Oh, well. Gotta turn those crowns off because they are banned. So just gotta run through to make sure that I'm not selling any crowns. Straight over the roundabout because that's dangerous. Wait, what? Like people just drive in a straight line across the roundabout? All right, well, add that to the list of reasons why I'm really glad I don't drive. Because that's just perplexing. But I do think it's really ironic, though, that everybody's adopting roundabouts when in reality it's like roundabouts are significantly worse for electric vehicles, which is what we need now. Or what we should have done from the first place. Instead of going, you know, fuel-powered cars. But yeah, no, BuzzGothic, I have no idea what you're saying when you say that you're tempted to play this game, but you have no idea how long it will take and what content will be lost, because there is no content that's going to be removed. The reason it's taking so long is because they are not removing any content. It's the exact same game. All right, so that's the reason it's taking so long. It's because it's such a huge game. Von Rollin with the 41 months. Fucking welcome back, dude. Good to have you around. They put a curbless center, but that's why they tested it here, low stakes compared to the rest of the state. That's doesn't seem safe. Renbird. That doesn't seem safe to me. At all. Like, at all. There's many layers and how large of a game it might become. Sure. But you're talking about Dwarf Fortress like the way a lot of people talk about Dwarf Fortress, right, BuzzGothic? A lot of people talk about Dwarf Fortress in this very mythical kind of sense. If you're interested in playing the game, just play the game. It's nowhere near as scary as people make it seem, right? Like, it's no harder learning Dwarf Fortress than it is learning Civilization. It's just a matter of sitting down and doing it. So if you're interested in learning the game and you want to play the game and you're curious about trying the game because you think it's interesting or exciting or neat, a lot of the things that you're saying are just things that I've seen other people saying who have never played the game, right? So if you want to play Dwarf Fortress, just realize that the majority of the information that you hear about Dwarf Fortress, the majority of the things that are written about Dwarf Fortress, the majority of the people who talk about Dwarf Fortress in podcasts or write about it or post about it in forums have never played the game, right? And a lot of the statements that, oh, it's the hardest, most complicated game to ever learn is just factually incorrect. So if you're interested in playing Dwarf Fortress, we can help. It's not that hard to learn. Hey, if you want to wait for the Steam version, wait for the Steam version, but no content's going to be removed. It's still going to be the same game. So just keep that in mind. Got to remove all of these so that we don't upset the mayor. Man, it was so difficult. I didn't understand any of it. What did they do? They installed it and made it to the main menu. Well, I mean, as somebody who... It took me about a week to learn the game, but like, that's not ridiculous. There are much harder games out there. But the silliest argument is, oh, I don't know what the symbols mean. It's like, well, you can read, right? Okay. Well, if you can read and you can type, you have every single skill that you need to play Dwarf Fortress. And that's all that you need, is the ability to read and the ability to type. And then you have the two most important skills required for playing DF. Because you need to be able to use a keyboard, and you need to be able to read. And do you think many people play the game stupid? So you are entirely right with your assessment. If you had probably would be able, if you tried properly, you'd be able to play DF. I mean, I find Stellaris to be significantly harder to penetrate the learning curve than Dwarf Fortress. Significantly harder. I find those games to be incomprehensible. But you also don't see me running around saying that the learning curve is a cliff. I just perfectly realize that I simply haven't put the effort into learning that game. It's that simple. Like, I don't think learning that game would be any harder or any easier than, like, Aurora 4X, for example. You failed that test already. Well, how are you talking to me, my friend? How are you talking to me, then? The patience for games with those kinds of UIs, it pisses you off. I have no interest in playing Aurora 4X, but I'm fascinated in its existence. You want a space colony game with total freedom? I want a space colony game that's good. Find me one. Like, that's all I have to say about that. I just want one that's good. Nobody makes good space games. They're all, like, severely limited in frustrating ways. Star Sector? It's not 3D, though. It's like totally. Like, I will, like, by default kind of agree with you to a degree. That Star Sector is probably one of the better space games out there right now. But no, I said I want a good space game. Find me a good space game. I didn't specify 3D, but I said find me a good space game. Deck series? Have you played those games? Flight model in them is terrible. Flight model in them is awful. They feel like shit. It's like one of the worst flying space games I've ever played. So no, I mean, yes, I've played the X series, but the X series is one of those games where it's kind of like MechWarrior, where it's like I fucking loved X2. Don't get me wrong, like I fucking loved that game. Played a ton of it. Same with X3, but it's like actually playing those games is nowhere near as good as it should be. Like the act of the things you can do in that game and the role play you can have is awesome, but the actual gameplay sucks. And that, like, it's kind of the opposite of Mountain Blade, right? Where Mountain Blade is really cool and really wide, and there's a lot of things you can do, but like just the minute-to-minute gameplay of riding around on your horse and stabbing fuckers in the face is brilliant. It feels awesome. Which is kind of the opposite problem that Elite Dangerous has, where it's like Elite Dangerous feels amazing to play, but actually playing Elite Dangerous is like a test of your patience in boredom, because everything that you do in Elite Dangerous is grinding, grind some more, and then you grind a little bit more, and then you get the cool big gun, and then you can go grind the bigger thing. And that is not fun. That's not interesting. That's not even remotely engaging or cool. Or if you're playing an open, then you just get randomly shot down by other players with better gear than you because they've been, what's the word? Grinding more than you. So, like, There isn't any good space games. Space games are like the most 6 out of 10 genre ever made, and I will always kind of sit by that. I love space games. Warframe players be like, grinding? You say grinding, I'm in. But no, like, I like space games a lot. I just wish they were good. Well, he said grinding, so he was mostly, I think, responding to the grinding. But actually, Warframe is kind of a space game. You can fly spaceships around in Warframe. There is a part of Warframe where you can fly spaceships around. Although I don't know if I'd necessarily call it a space game. I'd have to ask somebody who's actually played that shit because I haven't. Need more ballista arrows. Also, how you doing, Axon? Those things. Does FTL count as a space game? In theme, sure. Mechanically, not really. I mean, and the reason I say mechanically not really is because, like, there are, like, 24 games that are borderlining identical mechanically to FTL that are pirate ships, that are flying around in, that are driving around in trucks, that are there's a boat one, there's an aircraft carrier one, there's if when you say cars, if you're thinking about the one that's kind of Mad Maxy, there's that one. Like there's like sure, I guess, but mechanically not really. Homeworld? Maybe. I don't know. I don't like the original Homeworld all that much. I like the story, and I like the music, and I like the visuals, but I don't like playing Homeworld. It makes me dizzy. So I'm probably not the best person to ask about Homeworld, because I never got heavily into that series. Like, I've played it, and I enjoyed it. I played Homeworld 2 back in the day. I never played the first one. I own the HD collection. I played like 30 minutes of Homeworld 1. I was like, right, yeah, I don't want to play this. But I really enjoyed Deserts of Karak. But then again, 3D RTSs are just a bit hard on my brain. But no, basically, like, what I want is I want a game with the gameplay of Elite Dangerous. I want a game with the overworld management and design ethos of the best of the X franchise, and I will never get that. I don't know. I think the vast majority of space games that have been made are like 6 to 7 out of 10s. Like there's never been like a 10 out of 10 space game for me. For me specifically. Like maybe for you they've made that, but for me they haven't made that. That game does not exist for me. For me to fully enjoy the concept of a space game, yes, it has to be 3D. It needs to have a 3D flight model. It needs to have orbital mechanics. It needs to have that kind of simulation aspect of it. Otherwise, like, you could take that theme and map it onto anything else, right? Like, outside of maybe underwater, if you took, like, if you took Star Sector, you could reskin Star Sector to be a boats game. You could reskin it to be trucks. You could reskin it to be any other style of top-down combat game. It could be that. Can I repeat my wish? I wish there was good space games. It's like, I really, really, really enjoyed Rebel Galaxy. The first one, I never played the second Rebel Galaxy. I have like 40 hours in the first Rebel Galaxy because I beat it multiple times. I really, really, really enjoyed that game. That game was a lot of fun. It's on a flat plane. It's flat. That you can't fly up and over and under and around and underneath the bad guy. You know? I really, really, really enjoyed the space levels in the original Star Wars Battlefront 2. I really liked that portion of the game. Yeah, the enemies can because they cheat. The Forgotten Beast, Nuskal Squaskal Fubog, has come. Fubog. Fubar. It is an enormous crocodile with external ribs. It has a curling trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Its scales are large and overlapping. Beware its deadly dust. I can't remember. Is there another Forgotten Beast in the basement down here? I think there might be. Well, it's over there on the right. It's that little capital C. Is there another one in view right now? I don't think so. No. No, I don't think there is. Just my Ettins. And then, of course, the other Forgotten Beast that I have in the basement. This guy. I think the other one went and died eventually. I'm also a little bit worried about the diplomat because the diplomat tantrumed the last time they were here. So, of course, I've heard of those. I don't remember enjoying the little bit that I played of the demo of Parkan, and Freelancer is, well, it's Freelancer. It's a Robert Space Industries game, meaning it's overblown, over budget, pushed out at last minute because they needed to finish it to recoup some of their money, and 30% finished in many ways. It's Freelancer. How do you get caged invaders out to kill or whatever? You don't. You could build the cages and then release them, but good luck getting them back in. You can build the cages, attach a lever to it, and release them, but it's not like they're going to fight for you all of a sudden. They're still invaders. I mean, here's the thing about Robert Space Industries, right? He's a guy with a dream, right? And I respect that. Like, I kind of... He's not too far off from a Kojima or anything else. The difference is Kojima just actually has big branding and money behind him. They don't die. They will just stay there forever until you kill them. Because they don't need to eat and they don't drink. And I guess eventually, in theory, they could die of old age. But if they're goblins, they're immortal, so they don't care. If they're elves, they're immortal. Humans, in theory, would eventually die of old age. But sometimes if you leave them in there long enough, they'll start having kids. Invaders don't need to eat or drink. Because we're waiting on better sieges for that. They have those mechanics turned off. So they just come into the map and they will literally stay there until their characters either A, go insane, or die of old age. Assuming they do die of old age. And most invaders don't. Well, I guess only 1/3 of the invaders would. Unless you get invaded by dwarves. But yeah, you just have them forever. But what you could do is you could set them, like, say you get invaded by the goblins, right? And you frequently get invaded by the goblins. And then you get invaded by elves, and you catch a lot of those elves in cage traps. You could set up those cage traps and then release them when the goblins attack. And if the goblins and that elven faction are at war, then they will fight amongst each other. Otherwise, they will just, like, both attack you, which is, you know, like, really, 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 really good when they do that. It's more just space games pain than freelancer pain. But yeah, but then I'd have to play Empire at War. I played Empire at War once at a friend's house and I did not like it. Like I don't know. I was an Age of Empires and Rise of Nations kid. Playing Empire at War is like it's like splitting hairs. I'm not a big fan of that game. But no, I didn't know that. They planned for more. I wonder if they planned for it to be more like a Supreme Commander style of thing, you know? Where, because like Supreme Commander does the Supreme Commander has the, you know, it's not a flat map, it's a box. Well, I mean, they're different games, right? I mean, I compare Empire at War more to like a 3D Rise of Nations. Like, it's a less serious RTS, but I don't know. I played Empire at War a little bit, and I was not thrilled by it. I'm gonna go get my water. It's probably cool now. Back in a sec. Because fuck, it's hot in here. No, Everspace I never played. KSP I don't really have any interest in because I don't want to, like, that's not the style of space game I want to play at all, period. And Everspace, at least the first one, was a run-based thing, and I haven't played the sequel. Probably won't. A bit too arcadey for me. I played it at, like, TwitchCon, and it was fine, but... I think the actual problem is I have this romantic vision in my head of what I want from a space game, and nobody is ever going to make that game. I think that's the actual problem. It's not that space games are bad necessarily. The problem is me, is I have an unrealistic desire and hope for what I want from an ideal space game, and I don't think it's possible for anybody to actually make it. If anything, I think that the game that I'm dreaming of is probably something not too far off of what Robert Space Industries wants to make with Star Citizen. It's probably not too far off. Like the wish for Star Citizen. See, here's the thing. What Star Citizen is doing is not what I want from Star Citizen. I don't want a multiplayer persistent MMO that I have to live in and spend time and like dedicate time for my week to play. I don't ever want that. Like any game that, and this is why like I've kind of had no interest in Star Citizen. It's like I kind of have interest in Squadron 42, their single player thing. Sure, that seems interesting. But I mean, they're yeah, exactly. If we want to do that, we'd play Eve. But here's the thing. I don't want to play Eve because Eve is spreadsheet driven. I want to fly the fucking spaceship, right? Eve is like a point and click MMO. Like it's not a space sim. And that's what I want, right? It's like, I love the idea and the theming of that. Like, you know, I like MUDs, I like Dwarf Fortress, I like games that are kind of minimal and have less graphics, but I really, really, really wish that somebody made a game like if EVE Online wasn't an MMO, okay, or not EVE Online, if Elite Dangerous wasn't an MMO, and yes, like you can play in solo, but that's not what I'm talking about. If the entirety of the world was local and controllable by the player and things unlocked based on the player's discoveries, I'd be interested in it. Like that would be a game that I wouldn't put 400 hours into. That would be a game that I would know life forever. Eve does, but then I have to fly the ships in X4. And the ships in that game fly, feel about as good to fly as like fucking controlling Ultima Underworld. Like it's garbage. It feels like shit flying your ships. It feels like trash. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's the worst. So I don't know. I think I've kind of just come to the terms these days that space games aren't for me, really. Which is why I just kind of don't play them anymore. Because, like, I've never been happy, satisfied, or interested in the long term in any space game I've played. Because it's like, well, Heat Signature, again, it's a different kind of game. Heat Signature's a great game. I played that when it came out. Great game. Not that kind of game. Not what I'm talking about. So it's like, the games that are aiming and trying to do the things that I'm talking about are just not games I'm going to play. It's just, I don't know. Especially now they're all just turning into fucking open world survival crafty games, right? And like, I mean, maybe, the thing that Bethesda's working on is going to be what I'm talking about. Stone, heads up. We've got our annual tributes from Basti Pime and Yolan Abbo. They've both arrived. But yeah, now you're just naming like random games with a sci-fi theme. And like, I love games with sci-fi themes, and I play lots of those. I said Bethesda, not Ubisoft. What planet do you live on, Pilot? They're making... What's the name of that? Star something? Why have I forgotten this? It's definitely not Starfall. Bethesda Space Game. What the fuck is the name of this? Why are you so glad that I'm... Not Starbound. Starfield. It's named after that one Christian band that I remember the name of for some stupid reason. This fucking thing. Yeah, this is Bethesda video game. 11/11/22. This This fucking shit. Yeah, they're making something that's not Elder Scrolls. The humans are indeed saying, it's a you and a mule. You mule! That's a pretty nice little one from them. Well, I mean, it's Microsoft, because Bethesda is Microsoft. And let's play a little game of you guess the answers. What does Microsoft own? Windows operating system. So you know what it's coming to? Windows operating system. You know what it's not coming to? PlayStation. What does Microsoft own? Everything. I mean, you're not too far off. They do own Zune. I hope it's coming to Zune. You know, I'm pretty sure Windows has forgotten that they own Zune. Windows 2000 if we're lucky. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, no, it'll be on Microsoft. It won't be on PC because PC would imply that it would also be coming to Mac and Linux, and I highly doubt it's coming to either of those. The Atari Lynx. I don't think anybody's thought about an Atari Lynx in a while. Let me know when I need to scroll, Stone. An alpaca and a peahen. Huh. New Nintendo Switch Pro is not owned by Microsoft. But honestly, more likely I would see those come there. What is Starfield about? You can Google it because I don't want to just talk about the game that's like, you know, been announced and like, well, we've been aware of it and they've been developing it for the last 5 years. So, you know, just go look it up if you actually care. Like it's not a new thing. It's literally like their pitch for it is literally just, oh, we're making Skyrim, but there's spaceships. So they better release it for Linux? Oh, well. I make my entire living streaming in front of a computer that runs Windows 10, so here we go, Freskins. Anyway, how you doing, Freskins? Why are you so relieved that I'm streaming today? Is like nobody streaming or something? Or is it because I took yesterday off and did literally nothing yesterday but complain about how hot it was and lie in my bed and watch The Godfather? It was a pretty okay day. Elder Scrolls in space. I don't understand why people like Elder Scrolls so much, so oddly enough, I will probably hate that game. And probably won't play it anyway because I don't know. It's just it's going to come out and I'm going to be like, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't like Elder Scrolls, and I don't like the modern Fallout games, so I don't know why I would like that, plus probably a shitty flight model, if they let you fly the spaceships. If they let you fly the spaceships. Some overload attack on your cluster server? Uh-oh. So remember how I was saying that my treasurer is tantruming? He's doing it again. Except now he's toppling stuff. And killing one of my dwarves, apparently. Raged at all enemies. That's not ideal. Okay. So... Goffer got into a fight with the Royal Treasurer. Goffer's my captain of the guard. The Royal Treasurer tantrumed and seemed to attack him. Captain of the guard is intentionally weak so that he doesn't kill people when they commit crimes. That's a problem. I mean, based on the trailer, Starfield is an extremely well-rendered sandwich. That's all that we know about Starfield, is that they have an extremely well-rendered sandwich. Oh no, his toe is broken. Well, I'm sure he'll live. Or I'm sure she'll live, rather. Goffer, who's 60 nice years old, will live. Broken toe. Based on the trailer, we know squat. Flemmy. So I don't know. I have a feeling that for me, space games are one of those genres where it's a wanting genre. I realize this, and I don't think I will ever be satisfied with a space game. Just period. And I realize that that's partially my own overblown expectations and like my own unrealistic requirements for a video game. I mean, like I said earlier, I really do not like fucking Bethesda games. So I just really don't. I just really don't. No, of course it'll be delayed. That game will come out in 2024 or 2023. It's really weird that we can't report the crimes of people who don't live here. It's like, if you commit a crime in my fortress, I can't put you in prison. I really want to put this human in prison who keeps tantruming. But I literally just can't. And I also can't tend to her wounds. You had the original, the trailer released, like the original. Oh, you like the original and you had it on CD? I mean, I played those games back in the day. I remember really enjoying Morrowind the couple times I played it at a friend's house, and I remember really enjoying the little bits of Oblivion that I played at friends' houses. But like, I hate what they did to Fallout, and I hate what they did to Skyrim. I do like, for a lot of people, I think Cyberpunk 2077 is like the line that they draw in the sand of quality, right? Where if a game is worse than this, performance, visuals, playability, bugs, that's the line that they draw where they're like, okay, this is too bad. I will not buy this. Or before that, it was like Assassin's Creed Unity, right? Like, this is the line that they draw in the sand where they're like, I don't want to play this. For me, Skyrim was the line that I drew in the sand of, I don't want to play that. It performs poorly, it plays poorly, its UI was designed poorly, it doesn't feel good to play, it didn't look good at launch, it was broken as shit. It took like 6 months of patches to make that game play well. And yeah, they've gotten it to a point now where it's acceptable, but a lot of the main bugs that are there are still fucking there. You can still hardlock that game like a decade after it was released by mining in the vanilla game. And they're like, oh yeah, let's fix by mods. About that. Yeah, that's literally hiring volunteer labor to fix your fucking video game. And the people who make those games know better than anybody how busted they are. But to me, that's the line that I drew, where I was like, and Fallout was exactly the same way. Fallout 4 was exactly the same way, and Fallout 76 was even worse. It's like, I don't know. You imprisoned a vampire for draining a child in the tavern? Yep, that's a valid reason to imprison a vampire. It's also a perfectly valid reason to imprison a vampire and then, like, lock the door and never let him out. Or build a wall in front of the door and never let him out, and drop a pick in there and let him build his own fortress. Perfectly good reason, I would say. That's what I wanted to do. We need to get back to working on glass. Do I want to start a war? What stream were you watching, Flemmy? Ah, right, mine. Yeah, we don't start wars over frivolous arguments. It's not worth it. The whole point of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years, not to start wars with everybody and cause many problems. Most people who play to our fortress just attack everything on a whim, Like, yes, that's silly, but I'm trying to beat a world record. Sure, I could totally just kill him. Absolutely. Also, we haven't dug down to the lava sea because I don't want to dig through 2 more cavern layers to wreck the frame rate, even more than I already have. We've been at it for 9 months. Sorry, I'm kind of dedicated to this. To fall damage them, you need like 30 Z levels if you want to fall damage kill people in full steel armor. And even then, you might still need like a good 40 Z levels. Basically, yeah, pilot. Basically. You know, if we went to war in the first 10 years, I totally would have just like thrown this one out the window, but like now I'm just like, I have to be careful. Because I want this to make it through. Good lord, those reviews on Dark Alliance are incredible. My god. I am absolutely baffled when I see games come out and be that bad. Like 38% positive reviews on Dark Alliance. Like, how do you fuck this up? How do you fuck this up? How do you fuck that up? You were up to 80 Zs and were they still surviving? What material are they landing on? Because density of the material that they're landing on impacts fall damage. So if they land on a really dense material like platinum, they'll probably go. If they land on like clay, they'll go. It'll be a nice soft fall, and they won't break, and they'll break a toe. Absolutely, Snow. Absolutely. Every now and again we kill a giant, but you know. We are the trading hub of the known world, not a violent fortress. And nobody wants to claim my dog. I've got this dog available to be claimed right here. But nobody wants to claim it. Makes me kind of sad. Just like I've had several cats that have grown old and died. I wonder how that Industries of Titan is now. It was very bare bones and boring at launch. When it launched on Epic. Also, hey, Freeways, what's up? No, you can't move your fortress. But what you can do is you could abandon and then re-embark onto the same place. Yeah, I could retire the fortress and then re-embark onto the same place, but then it wouldn't be keeping the same fortress alive for 1,000 years. How's the day? Day's good. I mean, I could dig down to the 3rd and 4th cavern layer, but then that would leave like a lot of fun. Part of the reason why I'm intentionally doing stuff so slowly is because I will run out of what's the word? I feel like I will run out of things to do. So part of the reason I'm taking so long intentionally to build my projects is because I don't want to run out of things to be excited about doing, you know? Like, I kind of would like to have this glass tube done by year 500, right? Which means I got 255 years. Get her done. I got lots of time. I got lots of time. Lots of time. Glass tube. Yep. I am building a tube to the center of the Earth. I don't know. I haven't seen much Futurama. Gives reference that you imply that I've seen. Like I've seen it. A couple of times, yeah, nobody important. A couple of times. Also, speaking of nobody important, your dwarf unfortunately passed away. But yeah, I've had that happen a couple of times. There's been a few Forgotten Beasts that have gotten out, which has been scary. Then nothing like Futurama. No, we're going to make a giant lava lamp. There's been a few Forgotten Beasts that were very scary. We've had well, I guess the fights early on were pretty sketch. We got a couple instances of like traders similar to the one that we have right now, tantruming and killing dwarves, which is not fun. I had a vampire get out at one point who's, you know, locked in my walls, and he's fine there. Yes, it will. It hurts you. It hurts the frame rate. It's about 3 to 5 frames per cavern layer that we discover. But it's fine as long as we don't do it all right away. We do it slowly. Any werebeasts? I don't think there is any werebeasts in this world. I mean, there was for a bit. And we got attacked by one, but I'm pretty sure that was just the one that was in the world. This is a very young world. Like I don't think a lot of you guys realize just how carefully I've set this fortress up. Like everything about this fortress is kind of done in a very specific way for a very specific reason, and it's one of two reasons. It's either longevity or frame rate. That's one of two reasons. It's either longevity or frame rate, and there's like no other reason to do anything. The whole point of this fortress is simply to live as long as possible. And I fucked up. I need to cut through this to channel that. There you go. You got it right the second time, Renbird. But yeah, if you want fortresses with the point of violence or any of that stuff, that's what we do on Saturdays most weeks. Although I think this Saturday I might, keyword is might, I might be going on a hike with my dad. So if that ends up happening, I will not be streaming on Saturday, but we'll see. If so, then I'll just do the day for it on Sunday. Top Z level? No, but it goes all the way up to the bottom of the tavern, which is on Z level 12 above ground. Yeah, I mean, were creatures and vampires are only common, like, if you generate a world for more than a couple hundred years, which I didn't do. It's a very young generated world, so it's not going to have a lot of were creatures in it by default. Lots of Forgotten Beasts and stuff, but we don't really fight with those. We let them fight amongst each other in the basement. Keep hearing fire alarms going off in the distance because they're testing extra units. They're doing a lot of fire alarm catching up work because they didn't do any fire alarm testing during the pandemic, and now that people are actually getting vaccinated, they're going and checking that stuff. All we have is a statue to their memory. Last time I checked, there was still kobolds alive in the world. They just don't come by very often anymore. Unfortunately, the humans scared them off by killing one of their thieves. Unfortunately. I was trying to, like, I don't know if you remember, but I was trying to just let them live. It's like, no, don't run in there, you stupid kobold. I like kobolds. I want them to keep up their thieving ways as long as bloody possible. And I absolutely would have let them come by and steal some stuff from me once every other year. Unless it was a child, in which case then fucking murder them. Those are more valuable. But random items, yeah, they can take them. I'll let those kobolds make a living, you know? Kobolds aren't evil, they're just simply misunderstood. Someone set up a great opportunity to joke about vaccine conspiracy theory, but you don't know these people well enough to do it since we're trying to get them to take the vaccine. Is this somebody at work? I getcha. Yeah, that's always a little sketch, right? Because, like, you could probably pretty safely just joke about vaccine conspiracy theories here, and there won't be a problem. But yeah, at work, that's a... I don't know, that's a bundle of nails. Because then it's like, wait, are we joking? Or are you not joking? A little bit of hail corporate. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's not cool. Says the guy who's been reading alien conspiracy theories all month. It's been a fun month. I'll put it that way. I read that stuff like it's fiction. I don't really think of it as even remotely confirmed or something to be concerned about. It's all just fucking fiction. Especially all the stuff that's like, huh, this is just like a white supremacy theory, isn't it? Let's make some more green glass. It's like fun fiction, you know? It's just fun fiction for me. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. And I think that's kind of a healthy way to enjoy that stuff. Did someone leave food in their bedroom again? Yep. Someone also left a bunch of arrows in their bedroom? Nope. Picks. Okay, who's hoarding all my picks? Who the heck's hoarding all my picks, dwarves? Patchwork's hoarding all my picks? The fuck? How many picks do you own, Patchwork? 117 items and like, what, 17 of them are picks? Are you at least a miner? Do you even... Yeah, okay, you do have the mining labor. Pick a site and count the plot holes is a fun game too. Yeah, count the plot holes is almost as much fun as, is this Mars or Arizona? Photos. Murchy Mal is a very depressed dwarf. It's been depressed for a bit. Locking all the dwarves in the tavern for... Well, actually, maybe let's not do that just yet. What time of year is it? Mid-autumn? Let's wait until winter. They picked up quite the collection. Yeah, it's definitely a... They've definitely picked a good hobby. That part's for certain. We know that much. They've definitely picked a good hobby. And you have to say, playing a single game that is not based around it, people have to be born and die of old age is kind of impressive. Playing a single game that's not based around it, have people be born and die of old age. What are we talking about? Why would Korea look like Mars? I don't think Korea is a giant desert. Does Korea have, like, dunes? Do I have the wrong idea of Korea? Yeah, no, exactly. I'm like, I've read that like 3 times. MASH was filmed in Arizona. I've never actually seen a single episode of MASH. All of my American friends talk about MASH like it's this massively popular, commonly seen thing. I've seen about 30 seconds of one rerun of MASH, and I've heard the intro song once on TV that I can remember. Hey, Material Active, what's up? There's a single dune in Korea. Okay. So yeah, I know nothing about MASH. But I guess I will take that to mean that parts of Korea look kind of Arizona-esque. We're on 5th generation from the original 7, Flemmy. I mean, this game is designed to do that. Just nobody gives it the chance to do that because they just smash their dwarves into the wall. In RimWorld, they don't can die of old age. They definitely can die of old age in RimWorld of natural causes. It just usually is like, oh, they died of a heart attack, or they died of a brain tumor or something. Like they will develop a sickness and eventually die. And yes, you can deal with them. Like the oldest I kept a pawn that eventually died of old age in RimWorld was 97. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm just having a little bit of a hard time deciphering your English. Everyone and their mother saw it? Not me. And nobody in my family. I actually asked somebody in my family directly about MASH, and they hadn't even heard of it. So, and this was somebody in their 50s. So I think MASH is from an era where there was 3 channels on TV and you lived in the States. Because, like, nobody up here has seen MASH. Just like real life, Stone. Just like real life. Yeah, no, not mashed potatoes. MASH is a TV show about military stuff. It's like Hogan's Heroes I've seen, because that was on reruns over here a lot. I haven't had mashed potatoes in a very long time. I just don't make them. I usually just... I find that mashed potatoes are like... It's just like, oh, it's just potatoes with extra steps, and I'd rather have like crispy baked potatoes than mashed potatoes, so I almost never eat mashed potatoes. I'd rather like slice my potatoes into wedges and crisp them, or pan fry them, or air fry them, or something. Or just make full baked potatoes. Yeah, it's usually wedges. Wedges are quarters of potato, and then usually baked for me. Is how I like that. Okay, so we're working on glass. I don't know how they're doing that through the wall, but cool. Yeah. But yeah, no, potato wedges are good stuff. Yeah, all I'm trying to say is the TV show MASH, I don't think is necessarily the best immediate example for something to everybody, because not everybody has seen MASH. Just for whatever it's worth, not everyone has watched MASH. I mean, I've never seen that show, so it's nostalgia that we don't share. It's good that you've got nostalgia for a thing, but if you're trying to make an example of something to me, or from what I can tell, most Canadians, it's not a very well-known show up here. I mean, instant potatoes are really good if you are backpacking. If you're doing anything else, they are disgusting and you shouldn't eat them. if you're going to space or backpacking, they're great. I mean, it's a theme song. I wouldn't say it's good. You know what has a good theme song? The A-Team. That has a good theme song. That has a fucking good theme song. Hogan's Heroes also had a pretty good theme song. I couldn't even hum MASH's theme song. I feel like I'm just knocking stuff that you guys like, and it's not really my intent. I apologize. It's just not a show that I'm familiar with, really. I'm sorry, but you're going to need to find a better girlfriend, Rinbird. That's like saying that your girlfriend likes craft dinner. It's like, well, time to get a new girlfriend. Smash all this stuff. That is the most I think I've destroyed ever. Bunch of old clothing and stuff got crushed in that. It's a lot of Masterworks we just destroyed. Merchant Mouse stumbling around obliviously. Fortunately, not related. Back when the opening credits were long enough for a whole song. Yep. Hey, look at this. This is something you don't see very often. A ladle. The humans brought us. They brought us a ladle. I don't even think dwarves can make ladles. A mighty weapon of war? I mean, a ladle in a frying pan can do a lot of damage. Has probably forced that upon a telly in your presence at some point. He really liked talking over his mom, your nans, and telly and watching old shit. What? MASH? Specifically? Stone? A little. Yeah, exactly. Wow. All this talk of MASH makes me really want to go to this one pub that I used to go to all the time, which I haven't been to since probably before 2020. Like, probably 2019 would have been the last time I was there. And they had this thing on the menu, which is just big fucking bowl of mash, is literally the name of it. It's just a dive bar, but it's like 8 potatoes worth of mashed potatoes and butter. That's all it is. It's just it's a bowl like maybe that big of just mashed potatoes. And they give it to you with like share plates and a spoon, and you just kind of like share mash. And they'll bring that out with like sausages and like finger food, and it's so fucking good. It's like, yo, just a big fucking bowl of mashed potatoes and garlic. It's just, it's like a family pub place. Their beer's kind of shit. The food's kind of shit, but man, it's not better than just a big fucking bowl of mashed potatoes. I wonder if they're still open, actually. I haven't been there in a very long time. Answer is probably. We into winter yet? Mayor wants things. 2 crowns? Yeah, it's just a big bowl of mashed potatoes. Nobody important. Just a big bowl of mashed potatoes, and they'll bring out sides. The big bowl of mashed potatoes is like $10, and then the sides are extras. And it's like, as I said, supposed to be something you're supposed to share with like a pitcher of beer. So they'll bring out that, and they'll bring out like, you could get pepperoni sticks, you could get sausage, you could get, if you want to be expensive, you could get like sliced steak, or you could get ribs, you could get dry ribs, you could get side of mac and cheese, you could get whatever, basically whatever you want, really. Anything they have on the menu, they'll bring out like a side of it with the potatoes. Me too. It's like almost lunchtime. Max on. It's almost lunchtime. I don't know if you guys have this problem. When it's really hot, I don't want to eat. It's like I'm hungry-ish, and I probably should eat in an hour, but it's also like 32 degrees in my apartment right now, and I really, really, really don't want to eat. I have to go to bed now, and I'm making me hungry. I'm sorry. So it's not my fault. Chat was talking about MASH, okay? MASH is delicious. What is the weather outside right now? I need to find out. Yeah, it's about 30 degrees in my apartment right now. It is 29 degrees outside. That's fucked up. Chad, stop driving motor vehicles. You're heating the damn planet up. God, I'm not looking forward to Saturday. 35 degrees. Sunday, 37. Fuck that. Fuck that. Although I might, like I said, might be going on a hike on Saturday, so I can't even drive. Yep, I know that feel. Just part of the reason I'm planning on going to less conventions now, just because I don't want to have to fly. I don't want to have to fly. You had 35 last week, but now you're back down to... That's acceptable. 20 to 25 is acceptable. Summer isn't even messing up here. It's been summer for like a day. Like, isn't June 21st technically the first day of summer? I'm pretty sure June 21st is the first day of summer. Like, it hasn't even been summer for like a day, and we're just like getting wrecked now. All right, we're gonna put everybody into the celebration room. It's summer solstice. Then yeah, we're like on the first day of summer, and it's calendar summer is June 1st. Is it really? That's the first I've ever heard that. I always heard it was like the 21st, 22nd. So yeah, like summer's just started. Or are you talking like business summers in like summer quarter? Because summer quarter, yeah, June 1st, but it's too goddamn hot. Although it's also like the longest day of the year, which is like ironic. I really like the long days, not a fan of the heat. Like if I could have the long days without the heat, I would be much happier. Much happier. But unfortunately, I don't really get that as an option. Is calendar summer. What is calendar summer? I've literally never heard of this before. I still kind of maintain the thing that I said before. Like I've never heard that, but ooh, Odd Realm update. Variable sizing maps. Neat. Time isn't real. I mean, time is only as real as your brain says it is. Because our perception of time is what builds our own personal realities. Oh, God. Yeah, no, I'm ready for summer to be over already. It's like, it's funny. I saw my parents yesterday, and like the first thing I said to them when I saw them was, it's too fucking hot. And my mom just looks at me and she's like, but like, it's lovely. I'm like, I think I just have like a way lower heat tolerance than both of my parents. Like both my parents just love the summer and are like totally okay with just like being blasted with like infernal heat all year. And I'm just like, nope, I can't do this. My body can't do this. My brain can't do this. I can't handle this. I don't like this. I want this to stop. Make it go away. Bring the cold weather back when I'm actually productive and can actually get shit done. Like that's when I actually feel okay and productive and like not just sticky and gross and way too warm. You know, honestly, Flemmy, we're probably wrong about most things. Like humans are incredibly wrong, often incorrect, self-centered beings that frame everything around us like we are somehow important in this universe. That's nice. 17C sounds lovely. Their parents are summer pilled. They were indoctrinated in the summer was the only time that we were off for years. I'm sorry, what? That statement is implying and imposing a lot of things on my parents that you have no clue about. Yeah, we're supposed to have that on Saturday, Adrian. It's currently 35 out today at peak. How was morning? My morning was all right. I woke up. Blood sugar was okay. I ate some oatmeal, cold oatmeal that I left in the fridge overnight. Had some cold tea that I brewed last night. Brewed iced coffee and started streaming. We launched a Empyrean server this morning over on the Halcyon Frequency Discord. This one is subscriber only, so you have to be sub to one of the members of Halcyon Frequency. But over on the Halcyon Frequency Discord, we are now running a Minecraft server and an Empyrean Galactic Survival server. So if you are interested in joining that, there's information on that Discord. That's basically been my day today. I was like kind of halfway keeping an eye on that. It's obviously not going to be as popular as a Minecraft server, but, you know, there's a handful of people running around on that. Tried to get a bunch of keys and not much luck, unfortunately. The good thing about summer is fresh tomatoes. It's hiking season, actually. There's a lot of mountains I can't go up outside of the summer just because they're, well, you know, under a couple meters of snow. So that's the one thing I like about summer is I get to go up mountains. But that's about it. Aside from that, it's like it's too bloody hot. And there, unfortunately, really isn't anywhere in the world that is, like, always cool. So, you know. Who even has those? Here, let me take a picture or show you a picture of the Greater Vancouver skyline. Open image in new tab. There you go. That's the Greater Vancouver skyline. I actually walked across that bridge not too long ago. Those mountains. Right there. Yeah, those. We're completely surrounded by those. Because we live in a valley in between those. So those mountains. I get to go up those in the summer. In the winter, I don't get to go over those. Yeah. I actually walked from, not even joking, not like, I don't know, a kilometer to the right from the edge of this image. Yeah, I walked from a kilometer to the right to the edge of this image, all the way along this area, all the way down to here, and then up and over this bridge, and then down across to the other end of the city the other day. I mean, no, Canada's on the moon. Canada's very real. It's just on the moon. We're looking down on you is what I'm trying to say. It's funny. People ask me sometimes, they're like, why do you live in, like, the Greater Vancouver area? It's so expensive. I'm like, well, because I get to be close to that. And then they understand when I say I get to be close to that. Really? Also, I just realized we didn't trade with the elves, or not the elves, the dwarves this year, did we? Huh. Mountain Home didn't show up. Wonder why that. Any particular reason, boys? I was like, we got the diplomats, the humans showed up. The elves showed up. Dwarves didn't. Weird. You do miss the view, what, of the mountains in Seattle? I'd miss the weather if I were you, Aqua. You have a control point on the roof of one of the highest buildings in the city, so you were up there and you looked around and no raise of piece of land everywhere, no elevation. I couldn't live there. I don't know where you live, Flemmy, but I couldn't live there. I need the elevation. It's like I've been to like many cities in Canada in the past where it's like basically prairies are just flat. And it's like it's almost agoraphobic. Like that's the only way I can really describe it. Like I get worried and stressed out and concerned and disoriented. Like I need to have like noticeable mountains that can be seen anywhere to like orient myself to be able to like tell directions. Otherwise I just get lost all the time. It's very strange. Because of where it's just because I was raised in this kind of environment. Okay. And low to the sea. Fair enough. Yeah. Well, that would do it. Umber Sweetness. Fragrant Bear. They're doing elven dances. The Olympics to the west and the Cascades to the east. Yeah. Lots of spots with mountains on both sides. Yeah, no, I need mountains. I need to be close to mountains. Which is one of the reasons why, like, for years before I became a disabled cripple, I wanted to move to Hope, BC. Because Hope, BC, many of you may know it as the town featured in Rambo First Blood. Looks like this. Like, looks like that. That's where I'd like to live. That's paradise to me. Like, Just this tiny little like 30,000 person town surrounded by giant fucking mountains. Like that is the dream home for me. But probably won't ever happen because the closest fucking diabetes clinic from there is like a 4-hour bus ride, and yeah, that's never gonna fucking happen. In a world where I can't drive and all of like the health specialists I need are like 4 to 6 hours on a bus away. Especially the nearest place I could get blood tests done there is like a 2-hour bus ride, and I need to get a blood test done every 3 months. It's like, and plus eye doctors every 6, plus 2 diabetes clinics appointment a year, plus normal doctor's appointment, plus, yeah, no, fuck that. I ain't doing that shit. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Across the river from Hope, beautiful spot. I love that area. The train tunnels are so fucking cool too. It's just kind of actually hilarious that town's one claim to fame is Rambo First Blood. Just because, like, there's fucking statues of Rambo, like, on every block in there. It's like, this is the place where Rambo was filmed. This is where this happened. It's like, it's very amusing to me anyway. Well, there's healthcare coverage. There's just, it's like they just have like a small local hospital. Like, it's fine, but it's in Canada, so thus there is perfect healthcare up there. But they don't have the specialists that I need because I have specific needs. So like, yeah, I mean, I could get a lot of this stuff done at the little local hospital, but like the specialists I need to see aren't in small towns. That would make a degree of sense, yeah. I mean, if it's a small town and like one famous thing happened there, they're going to hold it up, you know. I was about to yell at you, Flemmy, but I'll say this, right? We ain't fucking communists, all right? We're socialists. There's a difference. I've only seen the first Rambo. That's the only Rambo I've ever seen. I've looked at like the covers of some of the other ones and I'm like, you know what? How about I just don't? This looks like it went off the rails after the first one, which is an interesting movie. I enjoy the first Rambo. It's an interesting movie. Every other Rambo's like, yeah, no. I didn't know that, Stone. Alice in Wonderland. I mean, that makes sense, actually. Sure, but I very much understand the difference, right? So, you know, there are degrees of that statement that are funny, and then there are degrees of it that are like, that's kind of incorrect. Empyrean is like Minecraft in space and jankier but better No Man's Sky. It's like hyper indie Minecraft No Man's Sky in space. I mean, here's the thing, right? You don't need to declare your political leaning to have a conversation, right? I'm just stating that in that joke, elements of it are accurate and some of it are kind of head scratchy. Like, what? Like, that's not actually correct. That's all. Yes, text is an incredibly difficult medium to communicate with people. Absolutely. 100%. But also one of the best ways to communicate with people. It's a hard medium to communicate, but it's one of the best mediums to communicate. Which is why we developed it over the last few thousand years. How's this dwarf doing? How many? I think I need more goblets in here. Let's bump that up to 450. Bring some more up here. But yeah, no, Empyrean's been around for ages. Empyrean's like one of those games that's just kind of been in development since like 4 years before Steam kind of deal. Like it's kind of like a 7 Days to Die situation where it's just been there for a while. Video killed the radio stars. And then internet killed video. Astroneers? Well, Astroneer is not a sim, if that's what you're asking. No, Astroneer is this thing, which I actually don't like this game very much. It's cute looking, but I don't really like playing it. No, you're talking not engineer. Barking is better than writing. All right, I'm gonna I expect a full what'd-you-call-it? I expect a full barking TED Talk or TED Bork. But I know which game you're talking about. It's not as in depth as that game, whatever it's called. I know the one that you're thinking of. It's not engineers, it's not astroneers. It's something with an S. Fuck. It's made by the guy who made DayZ. Yeah, my problem with Astroneer is like the camera makes me seasick. So like playing Astroneer makes me nauseous. So I can't play it for very long. Outside of that, I quite enjoy that game. But fuck, what is the name of that game? I know what game you're talking about. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Games like this. I'm not finding it, but I know exactly what game we're talking about. I just want to find the name of it just to, like, fix my brain. And, like, remind myself what the fuck this game was called. What's our opinion on Slime Rancher? Cute for about 30 minutes and then gets really boring. That's my opinion on Slime Rancher. It was entertaining for a bit. Then it got really, really, really boring. Man, I should play some Borrow Trauma. That game looks cool. Still just looking for this game. What was the name of that fucking thing? No, not Oxygen Not Included. It's like it's the first person game where you build a base on either the moon or Mars or one other planet, and it's got incredibly Stationeers, that's the name of it. Found it. This is the game that we're thinking of, right? Stationeers? This thing? This thing? Yeah, this game. That's the name of it. King's demanded 2 more ballista arrows. But we're just hanging out for the winter, so. Yeah, Stationeers, yes. But yeah, no, Slime Rancher was, at least the version I played of it, which was one of the, not the release version, but one of the later versions, was fine. I don't know. I guess I don't like farming games, so I get bored of farming games really, really, really fast. Like, really fast. Like, extremely fucking fast, so I don't know. Ooh, speaking of co-op games, Pulsar Lost Colony just released out of early access. Ooh. Which is basically just like Star Trek, the video game. This thing, it's like every single person in the ship has a different job. have to be like the captain or the engine guy, or and every single one of those jobs has to be done, and then you go down to planets and you do other things. That is a silly game, yeah. I might need to play some of that. Just got co-op? Ooh, I need to let Evil Trick know. Because I know that they were adding co-op to that. I see that. Yeah, it did just get co-op. Well, I need to let Evil Trick know what we're doing on Monday. But yeah, no, I will have to play some of that. Yeah, because I played it. I played quite a bit of that game when it first released. I've played every Creeper World game. I got like 30 hours on Creeper World 4. But it was one of those games where a very small vocal minority of people got really fucking mad that I was streaming it. And were like, why are you playing this? This is boring. And it was kind of enough people complaining that I kind of stopped. Yeah, I have 24 hours actually on the dot, and every single but one achievement on that game. So, but those achievements were really easy. Just kind of got them by accident. Who even says Creeper World 4 is boring? People in Twitch chat. And people in YouTube comments. Well, actually, people in YouTube comments said two things about Creeper World. They said that it was boring and that they didn't want to see it. And they said that even if it wasn't boring, I was really bad at it, so they didn't want to watch me play it. So, yeah. You know. I know that it's generally like, you know, just a vocal minority of people that ruin things for people, but all you really need is like one person to say this is shitty and I don't want to see it, and it's pretty hard to forget that. So it's part of the reason I just kind of streamed it 4 times, enjoyed it a whole lot, and kind of shied away from it after that. But I will be down to do some more of that with Evil Trick if he wants. Hey, Mirthsoft, what's up? It's good to see you. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 5th month total, 4th month in a row. Welcome back. Chat, can I get some beers in chat for Mirth keeping that subscription alive for a 5th month? Welcome back. Cheers. Hope you've been well. Hope things are good. Shitcam, yep. You know it. Shitcam's actually proper useful now. It's actually a really nice camera, ironically. You've been playing Wolfenstein 3D? Wait, like, is that like your daily driver, like your only PC? Or is this just like something that you picked up to like mess around with and have some fun with? Is that raw chicken on your keyboard? I'm sorry, what looks like raw chicken to you? Exactly? Raw chicken? Excuse me? Plushie thing? This is a rat, so I can tell people that I played Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. And that's a rubber duck. It looked like a whole chicken. So you know how earlier you were saying that you're getting tired and English is hard? I think it's time to go to bed. If a rat looks like a chicken, it's time to go to bed. Like, if this is like the that scene in Madagascar where the lion gets really hungry and all of his friends just look like steak. It's just like, I'm really hungry. He's just like looking around and everybody's just like making him starve, and he's just like, I need to eat all of you, but you're my friends. It's like that sequence. Also, I need to let the dwarves out because they're getting thirsty. We must have run out of alcohol supplies in the tavern. Good partying, dwarves. Good partying. Let's get back to actual jobs now. Simplex, the mayor has a new demand. A new demand? A green glass window in their throne room or office. Okay, we could do that. In fact, I think you already have green glass windows now. You literally already do. I guess you want another one. I mean, I guess I can provide. I got plenty. In fact, you know what? I'll give you 3 more. Give them a window to the tube. I mean, it's kind of far away, so nah. I will keep their bedroom over here and their office over here for right now. I mean, I've got 70 windows just sitting around that just need to be placed. So, you know, getting on that. Late winter. Almost 1 year we've spent in the fort today. You made a custom build. Oh, fair enough. Just something to mess around with. Yeah, that stuff's fun. I mean, I fully understand the appeal of old tech. You know, I've been twiddling and fiddling with my new cassette deck for the past little bit, and that's been very, very, very entertaining for me personally. It's been very entertaining. For those of you who haven't seen my new cassette deck, I can show it to you if I scroll up in Music Talk Room for a little bit. But it's a Kai cassette deck, and I'm very pleased with it. Picked it up for a bargain of $20 at the thrift shop. It's this little guy at the bottom here. This thing. Very, very, very happy with it. As you can see here, the dials are just slightly off. The one on the right here is slightly off. So I spent like, I don't know, 4 hours a couple weeks ago going through diagnostics and figuring out how to fix that and balance the 2 channels. But it's got auto repeat. It's got everything. It's got auto rewind. It was a $600 cassette deck when it was new in Canada in the late 70s, which is not cheap. So pretty pleased with the $20 price tag I got that for. Considering all the lights work, the light bulbs in it alone are worth $20 a piece. What the fuck is that? Strawberry wine. Somebody spilled some wine. What a waste. $499 Murica, if that's what you're looking for. Or probably pretty similar in Euro, assuming they even sold them in Europe. With the CRT, so the sprites look right. Good shit. You know, I feel like a criminal when I talk about my own currency, you know? It's like, everybody's like, yeah, but that's Canadian dollars, so I don't understand that. I'm like, well, that's not my problem. You don't understand what my currency is. I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ. Time to cry and get another wine. With the conversion rate from the 70s, it's about $1,000 cassette deck, basically. It's like buying a brand new computer right now, or a brand new graphics card. It's formal reasoning. Really now. They're discussing formal reasoning. Let's see what the mayor thinks of the new glass. Doesn't feel anything. I don't know. It's just people specifically from the States and sometimes from Europe often make me feel like I'm a bad person for talking about things in Canadian dollars. It's like, I apologize that I live in Canada and that is my default way to reference the prices of things. But like, it's just the way it is. It's what I know. It's where I live. I'm not automatically going to do conversions for you. I actually don't know what the peso symbol looks like. I don't actually know. Gonna need to go water my plants twice today, I think. I watered them this morning already, and I'm a little worried. Don't want to go outside and have dead kale. Pride in currency is just a big joke to you? Well, I don't know if it's necessarily pride in currency. It's more just like it's sort of like the same thing it's the same feeling that I get when I talk about something in Celsius, and then Americans are like, "What's that in freedom units?" You know, it's this kind of snottishness of, "Oh, I want that automatically converted to the thing that I know because that matters." And so when I'm just like, "Well, this is that in Canadian dollars." And someone's like, "But sure, but like Canadian dollars or whatever currency." It's like, well, I'm sorry for speaking in the currency that I know. You know? It's kind of like it's intentionally making somebody feel bad for speaking in a currency that they're used to. It's like I would try not to complain about that if someone else were to speak to me in a currency I don't know, and instead just like quietly Google it in the background and then continue the conversation. Not like, oh, well, who cares? Yeah, and whose fault is that, Renbird? Whose fault is that? Not the rest of the planets. So if anything, the U.S. should overcompensate for other countries who use the superior system. The French are at fault. People are pathetic. People are pathetic. Make a mistake, blame somebody else for it. Yep. I saw a t-shirt pretty recently, Mirthsoft, that just said people are poison. Kind of want to buy that t-shirt. Hell is other people? No, hell's pretty cool. People are poison, though. Best we can do is redefine all of our imperial measurements in forms of metric standards. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't necessarily disagree with that. You know, to be totally honest, I don't even know what a yard is. To be completely honest, if someone says, oh, that's 4 yards that way, I wouldn't actually know how far that is. I have no idea what the fuck a yard is. I'd have to Google it and look it up. Because I've literally never measured anything in yards. If you say yard, I think like the size of somebody's like area, a plot of land that has a house on it. Like a yard is like your driveway, the 2 bits of grass on either side of your driveway, the space around the edge of your suburban house. That's a yard. It's like not even a space of measurement. It's like that space. It's got lots of clovers. Yeah, exactly. Oh, the yard is like full of grass and whatnot. Yeah, exactly. All right, so Socks, you're dead again. I don't know if is Socks Mel here, because Socks is dead again. The oldest possible a dwarf could have been. And also, the annual tribute from Busty Jismak has arrived. And Locum the merchant has been found dead. All of the elderly merchants are dying. How many dwarves do we have in the fort again? 41. Canadians use Celsius and meters. We use grams and kilograms, yes. But the thing is, because we are so plugged into America and our neighbors are right fucking there and everything they export to us is in imperial, we also use imperial interchangeably. So, like, I could use kilograms and grams. I could also use pounds. No questions. Like, I can flip back and forth between, like, ounces and milliliters. Like, I do it mid-sentence sometimes because I know both systems. I know both pounds and kilos. I know everything because we have no option because our fucking neighbors have way more people than us. I almost never use ounces because I think they're stupid, but half of the canned goods I buy are in ounces. OZ. A yard is a repository of clover. Noted. Of exporting your culture? You mean your nullification of culture? As if America has culture? What's up, Cyrlac? How's things do? It's good to see you. How goes the dwarfing? Dwarfs are pretty good. First of spring just happened, so Sock Smell and Locum, the merchants, both died. So we're watching some dwarves get put away. You know what's ironic is McDonald's is a different company in Canada and US. Wildermyth is so good. Did you pick it up because of the sponsored thing that we did? Dude, that game is like legit just great. And they're doing so well. The player base of that game went from like 150 people up to like... Actually, I'm kind of curious. I wonder what they're at now. Friend gifted it? Good shit, dude. Yeah, no, that game is so good. I'm actually kind of curious about how many people are playing it right now. Yeah, no, so like, this is Wildermyth, right? This is the game that I did the sponsored thing for the other day. Like, their player base was like 100 people, look. And then they released out of early access, and they fucking peaked at 8,000. Like, I'm so happy for them. Like, they were like a pretty successful little niche indie game, right? And then boom, like, man, they're getting the payout that they deserved, and I'm really happy for them. They're putting a lot of fucking work into it, but that game has so much charm. So much fucking charm. It's obviously my doing. I mean, I'm sure our promo helped, but it's not the sole reason for it. It's probably a lot of Steam algorithms and previous wish lists and clever marketing on their part. I mean, I'm sure we helped, but it's a lot of clever manipulation of the Steam algorithm and good marketing. I'm sure we made them their money back, but, you know. Americans don't think that that's fast because they're already going 120. Diamond. They're already going 120. And the elves have arrived to trade. And stone. A nickel cage and a wild boar. I think that this is actually just promotion for that Nicolas Cage movie, Pig. Yeah, they brought us a piggy, which is good. But unfortunately, I don't have any sows. So maybe the elves brought us another pig. That would actually be really nice. I'm going to put this pig into the pig paddock. That bacon, that milk, the other good stuff. And also put that peahen up there. But here come the elves. I mean, if we can get a sow, I mean, to be clear. But yes, we're not getting milk from boars. We're still not getting any milk from it. Let's not have this discussion, shall we? Flemmy, because it's not exactly helpful, entertaining, interesting, or beneficial to anybody. It just ends up being mildly insulting to those who identify as non-binary. So it's irrelevant. It's a pig. No, you're not. You're fine. That's like your least favorite joke ever. Yeah, it's one of those. It's just like, if you're gonna be funny, then be funny. If you're not gonna be funny, then don't be funny. Situations, right? It's like throwing around the R word and trying to be funny. You know, it's like, cool, right? It's not 2006. Like, you can't say that, right? But yeah, that's all it is. It's just like, hey, let's mock trans individuals for existing by comparing them to pigs, basically, is what you're doing. It's like, cool, but like, that's not funny, right? Cool, but not funny. Unfortunately or fortunately, whatever direction you want to look at it, we live in a world of having to make sacrifices for people, right? And if you care about and want to be good to other people, you have to take into account how other people feel, right? And think about this, think about me as an example, right? I'm somebody who's legally blind, who will spend his entire life slowly losing vision. I really don't enjoy it when I'm watching other streams and someone constantly refers to themselves as being blind when they're not. And they are playing a video game and using it as an excuse to not see something in a video game. No, the video game just simply isn't designed particularly well to help them see things. We have a strange mood. LaFonda is in a strange mood. Crafts dwarf. So I wonder what artifact we'll get out of this dwarf. Right? So like, that's in and of itself, it's not a bad thing that you said that, but it's just like, think about the ramifications of what you just said and whether or not it's actually funny. Claims a crafts dwarf shop because of course. So you're entitled to make whatever joke you want because comedy is comedy, and comedy has certain levels of impenetrability when it comes to making a point. But just realize that every single joke is based in some form of truth or some form of reality. And if your joke is openly mocking a certain type of person, think about how that certain type of person feels when they hear that thing being said. Well, I mean, I'm not particularly offended when people state that they're blind, right? I'm not. I just think it's shitty usage of the word, right? Like, if somebody claims blindness, all it does is it normalizes the ignoring of the statement, right? So if somebody says, oh, I'm blind, and uses this as an excuse, then all it is pointing that joke at people who don't see as well and blaming them for that person not seeing a thing in a video game, right? So if people are just like, oh, I can't play Dwarf Fortress because it makes my eyes bleed, it's like, well, as a legally blind person, this game is so much easier to follow because of the simplistic nature of the visuals. So I think the overcomplicating of the visuals of Dwarf Fortress actively makes the game less accessible to somebody like me who doesn't see very well. But somebody who has perfect vision, claiming that that's not the case, is misappropriating the use of the term, right? So it's like, oh, I'm blind, I can't play that. It's like, no, you're not. And yes, you can. You just haven't tried. It's just using incorrect terminology as an excuse. It's like saying, oh, this thing is, I don't like saying the word, but this thing is retarded. If you say that word, you are accusing something negative of being somebody who was born with a disorder that they can't control, right? So if you're saying, oh, that dumb thing is that, it is accusing a person who is not you, probably, of being that dumb thing for being born with something that they can't control. So if somebody walks into a room, doesn't see something, states that they're blind, and walks out of the room, it's blaming me for a problem they are not entitled to for them just being silly and not seeing something. Does that make sense? At the end of the day, yes, you can make the joke. It's totally okay to make the joke. Unless it's, like, openly racist. But just think about the ramifications of stating that joke. This is the longest explanation for something that I've done in a minute. But I do think it's an interesting conversation. You have a very hard time with adjusting to sensitivity. You're smack in the middle of everything that is privilege. To you, blindness is a completely normal thing. You don't know a blind person personally. You do, me. But you think that you work to encounter them, and they act and want to be treated like everyone else. So this perspective that you're giving me, I've never heard before. Well, it's a very current way of thinking, right? You know, like the way that my brain works and the way that I approach a lot of things is very much from the point of view of a pretty young, pretty left-leaning, pretty privileged kid, right? And it's a very modern way of approaching a lot of issues and problems. Is it necessarily the best way? Probably not. Like we need to do a round of clothing, which is what I'm doing in the background right now. Probably not. I mean, there is always, things that we can do better as people. And what are we as a society if we aren't constantly changing our rules and improving our rules for the better? If we find something that we can do better as people, we should do it better. Be that changing our language just so slightly to accommodate people who dislike older forms of language. You know, I watched The Godfather last night, right? And part 1 and part 2, which is a fantastically incredible movie. Like, it's probably one of the best movies ever made, as at least as far as crime films go. It is an absolute work of art. Incredibly problematic, racist. There's lots of lines that at the time when that movie came out probably would just like go over people's heads, but are incredibly fucking sexist. All of the people in that movie are horrible people. They say horrible things. They treat people like shit. And there is a lot of terminology and words that are used in that movie that, even for the time, were considered pretty normal. Which now is like, yeah, if I were to say some of those things, I would be canceled off the internet, right? Like there are some things that you just can't say. And that has benefits and it has negatives, right? Like there are certainly benefits to limiting our language and being a little bit smarter about what we say. But it's funny, like I'm somebody, I don't care about cursing, right? Like I'll drop fuck, cunt, bitch, shit, damn. I don't care. Like those words, they don't have any meaning at this point, right? But there are words that do. Everyone is just a chat name and everyone appears to be equal. See, here's the thing, right? It's a level playing field with the degrees of anonymity. So you have two options. You can be the worst person in the world and get away with it, or you can be the best person that you can be. Those are your options when you have degrees of anonymity. Most people choose the easy option, which is be the worst person in the world and get away with it with minimum ramifications. I choose to try and be the best person that I can be. Or try my best to be the best person that I can be. If everyone is just a chat name and everyone is equal, treat them as such. Treat them that you would in the way that you would treat an equal. Be kind to people in a way that you would treat somebody. You know? That's just how I see it. All right, how's LaFonda's artifact going? Need to find her. There you is, Dwarf. Hauling a boulder. It's going to take a while. Yeah, I think everybody having degrees of anonymity is even more of a reason to treat people with respect because you have no idea who you're talking to. If you make an incredibly crappy joke or an incredibly crappy comment to a certain type of person, there could be 5 of those people in the chat, you know? Like, think about this. Like, if you throw out, like, let's just say, for an example, I'm not accusing you of doing this, saying a homophobic joke that maybe you and a closed circle of friends that you know really well would find amusing. If you throw out that joke in a public space where everyone's anonymous and you don't know who you're talking to, you could really hurt some people with that joke. So is it best to make the joke anyway because you're anonymous? Or is it best to just simply not state the thing in the first place? My argument would be not state the thing in the first place because you don't know who you're talking to. Anonymity is even more reason to be a little bit careful with what you say because you don't know who you're talking to. There are certain things that I will say about politics with my friend Kevin that I will never say on stream because I don't know who I'm talking to. If I'm talking specifically to my friend Kevin, I will speak freely. All right? Like, even my stream, a world where I can talk about just about anything on stream, there are certain things that I will not talk about on stream just because I don't know who I'm talking to. There are certain assumptions that I will not make about a conversation because I don't know who I'm talking to. There are certain things that I do not feel comfortable stating out loud because I do not know who I'm talking to. Also, Elon Musk, if you're watching my stream, fuck you. That's it. I need more coffee. Stop manipulating the price of Bitcoin, you fucking wealthy shit. Anyway. Also, hi, President Weevil. You try to think things through thoroughly before you type them, but this means that you often respond to statements very late and exacerbated with by your antipsychotics and slowing through your thought process. I fully understand the antipsychotics thing. I have a friend who I talk with a great deal about that sort of stuff. I've genuinely thought about like, I know I have a billion podcasts already, but I've genuinely thought about doing like a mental health podcast, like just turning the Living with Type 1 idea podcast into a mental health podcast, but because I have a few personal friends who I know pretty fucking well who I talk a lot about this sort of stuff with. But I think that comes back around to your transphobia comment. To you, it wasn't transphobic, and you thought you were making a joke to thing, and it was making a joke about transphobia. It seemed to mock people. Seems to mock that, not trans people. Well, I mean, the best person to comment on whether or not it is upsetting to them is the person that it upsets, right? See, like, I've seen people get upset about very similar jokes to that who are trans or non-binary or identifying as other things, right? So I've seen people get upset about specific jokes like that. Like, that's kind of a mean thing to say around me kind of thing, right? Like, personally, that joke doesn't affect me. That dark joke isn't targeting me. But I run a chat room, right? And I run a community. And I've seen certain jokes affect people in negative ways, right? I mean, horse head in your bed would definitely affect me. If you put a head of a horse in my bed, I would be very affected by that. I can confirm. You see, this is one of the reasons why I'd love some breakfast, but not horse head breakfast though. What if it was a butt stallion's head? I don't know what that means, so it would probably still affect me, unless it was like a toy horse. Then it wouldn't affect me. But yeah, no, outside from getting offers that I cannot refuse. This is why I respect this chat so much. It's the Diamond Pony from Borderlands. I've never played Borderlands that much to know what that means. But in a world where, like, so many channels on Twitch, you know, someone will just make a joke that I think is a little bit shitty and it flies by, and that's it, you know? In this chat, someone makes a joke that I think is a little bit shitty and we have a 40-minute discussion about it. I don't know. I think there's, like, something to be proud of in that, you know what I mean? That's a cool thing. Not a lot of Twitch channels get to say shit like that. Like, yo, we can just, like, Someone says something that some other people don't agree with, and we can sit here and like all take something away or think about it for a little bit. Maybe not necessarily learn anything. Like, who knows if anybody's actually learned anything from this discussion, but the fact that we can have this discussion, I think, is interesting. A life-size horse head would take dedication. Getting into my apartment with a life-size horse head without waking me up would actually very much distress me. Yes, toy or not, I would be concerned if I found a horse head in my bed. I would probably call the police and check the cameras in my building. Dude, like, just like a decapitated crocheted horse head pillow. Like, it's got like fake blood and guts coming out of the bottom of it. Sounds comfy. I'd sit on that. Yeah. That sounds like a nice pillow to like. It's like, what are you, some sort of Godfather superfan? How did you know? I'm gonna go check and see if that water's cold enough for me to take it out of the fridge. Back in a second. This dwarf is having a strange mood, so they're making an artifact, but they've decided to get granite boulders from the opposite end of the map. I think those are granite. They're either granite or diorite. That one might be diorite. Okay, challenge not accepted because, well, going to Canada. I mean, here's the thing. You can make a meme out of me finding a horse head in my bed, probably. I mean, see, here's the thing, right? If a joke like that pops up in the chat, my response to it, Lump, is to have a conversation, maybe help that person know why that joke is not acceptable, right? If that can go one of two ways, and it usually does go one of two ways. Way number one is I ban them. Way number two is we have a discussion and then it adds to the stream. I'm happy I didn't have to ban anybody today. I mean, like, one of the biggest compliments people can give me out of the from the stream is like, hey, you made me think about the world slightly differently. Now you need to learn how to crochet. Why? So you can crochet a horse head pillow? I mean, hold on. I'll save you learning to crochet. Godfather horse head pillow. Oh boy. Oh boy. I love the little X on its eye. That's... Anyway. The red is a nice touch. I think like the little circle for the bone is a nice touch. Yeah, no, exactly. You'd need like a red fake stain on the sheet. Kind of nice. I don't know if I'd want that on my thing. What do you want? Shining bars of metal, got lots of that. A quarry, we got lots of rocks. Skeletons. All right, I need to butcher an animal. Unicorn? What do you think, Chad? Do we butcher a unicorn for this? I think we butcher a unicorn for this. Let's butcher you. The boar? Nah, unicorns are better. Boars are common. I need that boar, especially because I want to get some sows for it. I want to start actually breeding pigs again. I accidentally slaughtered all of my pigs not too long ago, so I have none right now. I just have the one pig right now. Yes, we must acquire bacon, ham, and pig cheese. Yeah, well, I mean, I have a unicorn farm and a cow farm. They're all pretty effective, but... Sometimes you get frustrated by how slowly you respond and try to hurry it up, which is a potential cause for problems. So what I get annoyed at is people who don't try to think, but when they're told they make a mistake or who don't apologize. Well, I mean, as people, we don't necessarily need to accept, like, we don't necessarily need to seek an apology for wrongdoing, especially in a world where there's, like, as we were talking about earlier, partial anonymity, right? I think that there's elements of people are honest on the internet, right? And unfortunately, somebody just knocked on my door. Hold on a second. A record I ordered from Russia arrived. And I'm going to do this as best I can without doxing my address. But just look at how many stamps are on this thing. Like, just look at how many stamps that is. That is a lot of fucking stamps. Also, $1 shipping, so, you know. It's also like, even the tape has like, is in Russian. Everything on this is Russian. It's kind of neat. Gloria to Astrostica. I'm basically, hold on, let me go cut this open. Sleeve for that thing is shredded. It's a Russian classic rock band. I'm not sure if that's the nation of NATO's I mean... Alright, did this dwarf go and get other things yet? Or are you still... Yeah, you are still... Okay, well, you got unicorn bone. What else do you need then? Shining bars of metal. Quarry. Okay. Maybe more skeletons? Yeah, I think you just need another skeleton. Yeah, you need another skeleton. Okay. So we need to slaughter 2 animals then. Let's do a bull. Unicorn and a bull. Yeah, they already had glass. They've already gotten raw green glass, but they want 2 rounds of skeletons. Did they not? Of course they use it. It's part of the unicorn skeleton. The horn is part of the skeleton. Also, hey, Mohammed. What's up? And Tredge, it's good to see you as well, by the way. I don't think I actually said hello to you. But yeah, no, that's a very cheap record that I bought, so. Also, the cover is kind of not safe for work, so it's one of those, like, I kind of don't really want to show that one on stream. I'll stream it at some point. On, probably not on stream, but on Discord for sure. Rhino, the horn is hair. I mean, that's the same for our fingernails. Most horns are made out of the hair particles. Apology or being sincere or having a polite conversation on how to understand the viewpoint. The problem is most people don't communicate on the internet in a format of conversations, you know, and that's actually Resident Evil, a reason why a lot of things are not allowed in this channel that are common verbiage for most people, right? Like a lot of people communicate through the internet in a format that doesn't necessarily lend itself to conversation, right? So an example of this is like, you know, a lot of emotes that just kind of, instead of perpetuate conversation, simply nullify a conversation. Things like, even to a degree, a lot of Twitch's emotes, like Kappa, for example, can very easily, instead of continuing a conversation, just simply nullify a conversation. Like the way a conversation works is someone says something, someone responds, and then someone responds back with a sentence that would continue the conversation, right? The Dwarf's going to go get that skeleton. Whereas there are many things that we say on the internet, either that being memes or retorts or common responses, that instead of perpetuate and continue the conversation, simply cause the conversation to cease to exist. And so part of the reason I run my chat the way I do is to try and, instead of, you know, let's just hype things up and have lots of spam, and let's keep those conversations going, which ironically directly makes me less money, because if people are paying full attention to a conversation, that's the thing they focus on, that's the thing they think about, that's the thing they're concerned with, and that directly equals less money for the streamer. If the channel is less about conversation and talking and having deep philosophical discussions about politics and religion, the streamers generally make more money. I mean, just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's all good, Diamond. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's all good. Maybe me and a horse pillow. I mean, what if Blind gives you an offer that you can't refuse? But yeah, no, I mean, like, I guess that's kind of like the ass backwards part of it, right? Resident Evil is a lot of people go into streaming with the goal to make as much money as possible. I like making money. Making money is brilliant. Like, having money and being able to afford to live is pretty great. If I found that in my bed, I would be a little bit concerned. That's all I'll say, is a little bit concerned. Like, I like having money, but at the same time, actually, yeah, is it moving? Is it like a living creature? I'd be terrified if it was a living creature. If we're talking like a plushie, I'd be perplexed, confused as to who broke in my house. What's happening? Dwarf is doing a strange mood. Aside from that, we're just chatting. But hope you're doing well, Riptors. Did you see the race the other day? What else do you want? Jesus Christ. Three skeletons? Another skeleton, eh? Another skeleton. That is whack. Guess I'll do another bull. He'd be axed if it'd be axed if it was alive. Yeah, you just kill it. I mean, I probably would do something to that degree or call wildlife control or something. Might work back in 5 to 15 minutes. Do what you gotta do, man. Do what you gotta do. But yeah, no, that's I guess kind of the. Imagine that is a horse. Yeah, pretty much. It kind of is. Kind of is. It's just a horny horse. So. No, it's not specific types of glass. They only wanted 2 pieces of glass. They've already grabbed 2 pieces of glass. They wanted 3 skeletons. They only have 2 skeletons, so it has to be a skeleton. Did the dwarf finish the craft? Nope. But they also don't have enough bones yet because they got 2 pieces of raw green glass, unicorn leather, stray bull bone. Yeah, we're literally just waiting for another bull to get slaughtered. Because there's the unicorn, there's the bull. Yeah, we just need to wait for that bull to get slaughtered, and they'll go help. How do you make a masterpiece cloth? Obviously one that doesn't fall apart or fray, I would assume. It's just a really, really tough piece of fabric. And it's not just used to wipe surfaces. Cloth is what's sewn into clothing. Your clothes are made out of a form of cloth. Your jacket's made out of cloth. Your pants have cloth. A cloth is something that you use, but cloth fabric is used to stitch into bigger things like blankets or blinds or drapes or... all of them can sometimes be specific, Weevil, but very infrequently. Also, I kind of have literally every single material in the game in this fortress, so except for maybe adamantine, and they don't ever request specifically adamantine. So we're okay. This is going to be a pretty big artifact, though. But this far into a run, artifacts are very complicated usually. Where are you going? Maybe a block? Or maybe, ooh, maybe you're grabbing rose gold from up above. Rose gold, eh? Yeah, rose gold. Yeah, no, definitely. This is going to be a pretty one, whatever it is. It's going to be a pretty one. I'm not really an Adventure Time person, so I haven't seen that particular scene, Flemmy. The fancy pink metal, yeah. The fancy pink metal. We'll have to let Fawn know. I'm sure she'll be very happy with her dwarf. Look at that dwarf just running and vomiting. But yeah, no, I guess at the end of the day, you know, the only person that I can really now the dwarf has started the artifact. So it's a crafts dwarf shop, and it's rose gold, stray bull bone, raw green glass, unicorn leather, stray bull bone, raw green glass, stray unicorn bone, the 3 pieces of diorite. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? I don't dislike their cartoons, and I watch cartoons from time to time. I find a lot of cartoons to be very spastic and childish, and I'm not a spastic nor childish person, so I don't find it particularly entertaining. Hatch cover? God, I'd be so happy if they made a hatch cover. A mug? I'd also be totally okay with a mug. Hey, Zalaro. What is this fort with you? I mean, you're still in the walls, if that's what you're asking. You are indeed still in the walls. Large rose gold axe blade. Don't make me drool. Passer Ol has arrived to trade. The human who keeps tantruming and breaking my shit. Of course you gotta check in. Can confirm. Still there. Still a vampire. Still berserk. Still chained up. I assume it is still in motion, yes. We will release you on year 1000 out into the world to go berserk and die, probably. But what media do I consume? A lot of podcasts. A lot of not games related things. When it comes to like film, I really enjoy thrillers. I enjoy horror, and I enjoy documentaries on nature, crime, science, that sort of stuff. A lot of educational things. I really enjoy video game documentaries specifically, and we'll go out of my way to find those and watch those on all types of video games, modern and past. I don't really watch cartoons, but you can more thank my ex for that. A lot of anime just reminds me of my ex, and it's not good for my brain, so I don't do that. I listen to a shit ton of music. Music is probably the main form of media that I consume, which is, by the way, my least favorite way to describe enjoying someone else's art, which is often what media is. I really enjoy some very specific streams on Twitch. I really like watching nature streams. I like watching footage of like volcanoes erupting and stuff. I enjoy reading. I enjoy... yeah, I mean, actually, that's a pretty good example of the kind of stuff I enjoy. What would give away that I like music? Probably the 15 years of music theory and cello lessons that I took. Tedgism says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. I hope that your moods are doing better, you silly human. They teach other dwarves things through the guild halls, but they can also learn by simply watching. But they don't have strict schooling. That is a thing that's being worked on, though. Tedgism says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Goodbye, human of the Merchants Guild. Go get drunk and tantrum. Please don't kill anybody. Sheesh. That's not how that works. No, because dwarves don't live for 1,000 years. But because that dwarf is hanging out in the walls, they are slowly getting weaker. This is one of the coolest artifacts I've seen in a while. Lafonda Ali Vakar, the crafts dwarf, has created Tremblis Inil Num Toral, a diorite toy hammer. Man, we missed an opportunity for it to be a rose gold toy hammer, but oh well. She claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Euthris Workticked. It's worth 49,200. What were we calling dwarf bucks? I need to check again. Zethal. 49,200 Zethal. What's the actual name? Fate Peaceful, the Winds of Law. Fitting for a hammer. This is a diorite toy hammer. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular diorite cabochons and decorated with point-cut green glass gems and cowbone, and encircled with bands of oval diorite cabochons, cowbone, and emerald-cut green glass gems and rose gold. This object is adorned with hanging rings of unicorn leather and menaces with spikes of diorite and unicorn bone. I mean, I don't think either of those things are part of this artifact, so all I will simply say, Flemmy, is no. No, it is not. Because neither of those things are in the description of that artifact. And we shall display it. Up here, once I find it. There it is. Wow, you are incredibly dismissive of a dwarf's masterwork, Flemmy. Why are you so dismissive over a pretty cool little artifact? Even the name works into the lore the way it works. It's a toy hammer. What's wrong with a dwarf making a hammer for a child? It's like saying that this mug is a waste of ceramic. It's a perfectly good mug. 3 boulders, actually. Because they need the perfect portion of diorite from each of the 3 boulders. Also, what Beer Manir said. Yeah, you need a lot of rock to make a small carving. Perhaps they're different shades. Maybe they have different colors. It's all about making the perfect creation. I don't know. Don't be so dismissive of cool little artifacts. The point isn't always that they are for weapons of mass destruction. There are many cool artifacts that are cool because they are simply interesting. Well, dwarves really, also kind of bouncing off of what Renbird said, dwarves often use hammers for things. So a toy hammer is a pretty great little toy for a kid. I mean, obviously Lego is a waste of plastic because we could make real bricks out of plastic. And not place it in a glass cabin? Well, you can have your opinion and argue about what you want. I'd like to still have them around when the fortress finishes and not get stolen by a bird. I think that you are missing the point of Dwarf Fortress, or at least the reason I play Dwarf Fortress. The reason I play Dwarf Fortress is for the lore, the story building, and watching the little critters be interesting. If all you want to do is stab things into oblivion, by all means, play Dwarf Fortress that way. But the only thing that you are doing is taking away from the enjoyment of how I play Dwarf Fortress. If I just get bored and upset with 80% of the craft artifacts I get, like most people who play, I'd get frustrated with this game and learn to hate it. But because I see the interest and the intrigue and the lore and the building and the fascination and the creativity of these little dwarves, I get a lot more enjoyment out of it. So if you want to see Dwarf Fortress like that, by all means. But you're going to be losing something. You know, if every game of Dwarf Fortress is valued purely at the amount of destruction you can cause by the artifacts that your dwarves create, yeah, you're going to get really bored real quick. But, you know, if that's what gives you enjoyment, more power to you, I guess. It's not what gives me enjoyment. Joking at Cruxmat's video where one of his dwarves stole a human artifact. It was a very dull, it was hundreds of years of history, and the dwarves were not human and didn't care about it, though it was stupid and getting it was a waste of time. Yes. But it's all about the story. I mean, it's in my tavern where everybody can see it, no? On a pedestal where everyone can see it, no? Being held in a museum as part of the history of the fortress. What greater honor could you give an artifact? If I give it to the children, it'll get used and put into a cupboard somewhere, taken out and left on the ground and stolen by a bird eventually. But I'm keeping it somewhere where it matters. Now I can make other toys with with inscriptions and images on them of that artifact. High quality items placed on pedestals increases room value, which gives positive thoughts. Tastefully arranged items on a pedestal gives positive thoughts. So what you're saying is you're getting frustrated and annoyed and upset and calling something a waste based on so little knowledge you haven't even played the video game. Where's the fallacy in that? Dwarf Fortress is about internal role-playing. What are we doing with those artifacts? We're cataloging them, keeping them as part of the history of the fortress, and placing them somewhere where they can be found later and looked at and read. Wall vampires plotting the destruction of all life gives good thoughts. Because he's locked away and can't ever break out. It's funny for us as the player, but for the dwarves, they don't mind, because they don't see it. They're not bothered by it. They don't even know it's there, probably. We know it's there, the player. You cannot win because there is no fight. You're arguing with yourself, Flemmy. You're getting frustrated and stating that it's a waste based on absolutely no knowledge of how this game works. Cattle are a dime a dozen and super easy to breed in Dwarf Fortress. Unicorns are a dime a million and super easy to breed. And you're insulting an artifact that is a dwarf's a dwarf's life's work based on the fact that it's a toy. Dwarves, as Stone say, like craftsdwarfship and like to keep things. When it breaks out, they're all doomed. Good thing it won't. You know, Zaloro, you know what's funny is I could very easily just tell the dwarves to, like, drop a pillar on that guy and insta-give him, which would be very funny. But also a waste of a perfectly good vampire that could be impaled on in my well and turn the well into polluted vampire blood and, you know, turn all my dwarves into vampires if I really need it. Wolverines, yes, but I kind of got bored and let them go. But we've more or less domesticated Wolverines. Resident Weevil. More or less. I have them. The dwarves have enough knowledge that all I would need to do is catch a breeding pair of Wolverines and breed them once. Flemmy, you're jumping to conclusions in Dwarf Fortress based on knowledge from another game and not knowledge of Dwarf Fortress. And your wording does make you read as frustrated, right? But you're jumping to conclusions and making wild assumptions based on minimal knowledge of a video game, right? Stating that something is a waste when I'm very happy and excited to see a very interesting artifact with an interesting name dedicated to another dwarf. The fact that it's dedicated to another dwarf alone means that dwarf wants that artifact to be protected and kept and coveted and kept as part of the history of the fortress. If the dwarf donated it to the fortress, then they don't care what happens to it, right? The dwarf wants it to be held as a memory of the dwarf Euthris Workticked, their family ancestor, meaning in my interpretation of that, the dwarf would want the artifact to be kept and treasured like a treasure. So thus it's put into the section of the tavern that is kept as part of memories of the fortress, right? If the dwarf dedicated it to the fortress and just gave it as a gift to us, then yeah, I mean, we could do whatever we wanted with it at that point. But that's not how I see it, right? I see it as a gift to us, the fortress. Thus, or dedicated to dedicated to their passed away relative, meaning it's not a gift to us as the fortress, meaning it should be kept and it should be cared for and it should be held as a symbol of the fortress, not as simply as a simple toy. It might be a simple toy, but that's not the purpose of the artifact. The children already have plenty of toys and won't really care if I give them a nicer toy. It increases the value drastically of the fortress, which that's that big number there, the created wealth number, and also increases the value of the tavern, thus making the tavern more desirable and better for all the dwarves in there. H2O, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. It's hot and sweaty in here, but I'm doing all right. Drinking some iced coffee. That beak in the human language, yes. And that one rich man that had a golden toilet seat, Renbird. I mean, think about it this way, right? The great Egyptian pyramids are artifacts of our past as a species, right? Would it be better to give it to the people and let them just take it apart and each take a tiny piece of it home? Or is it better to put a wall around it and let people look at it from a distance and let people go in via guided tours and very carefully control the number of people that go in and out so that we don't destroy them? That's kind of how I see artifacts in Dwarf Fortress. They belong in a museum. Our own museum in the fortress that I built over the last 100 years of Fortress. But the dwarf didn't use the wrong parts of the bowl. Since a unicorn horn would be considered far greater value than the crown jewels. Why would they be considered a far greater value? I have, just at a glance, 15 unicorns in this fortress. Just at a glance. Why are they so valuable? I need to go mining for jewels and pull those out of the ground, and there's a finite number of them. I can just breed more unicorns. Unicorns are as common as a horse. Unicorns are as common as a cow in this world, especially in this fortress. So you're implying value on something that isn't there. Why would a unicorn horn be so valuable? We just simply traded for them. You're implying value based on no knowledge of a video game. Minimal knowledge of a video game. But that is my bad. I used the word frustration when the word I should have used is simply you being incredibly dismissive of a dwarf's artifact. You made a joke about a dwarf being jealous, or of a dwarf being lesser than other dwarves for simply making a toy, when that dwarf is a potential parent. Maybe they're making it for a child that they would have in the future. Holy shit, has it been a fucking year already?
1 year, baby.
Cheers. Picture point. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for picture point sticking around for a whole goddamn year? It's a long time, man. A whole year and we're all still here. Ain't that weird? But yeah, I think frustration's the wrong word on my part. I think a better word to use would be assumptions or in poor taste. Like you are making a lot of jokes based on no knowledge of the subject. Kind of, actually, in a way, winds around to the conversation we had earlier today about the crappy joke that you made, where it's like you made a joke that you assume is acceptable based on minimal knowledge of the subject. So you're making comments and jokes about Dwarf Fortress having never played the game. Where do you have the knowledge to get those jokes from? Asking questions will gain you more knowledge to be able to make funny jokes in the future. Whereas making statements and assumptions based on minimal knowledge is simply a question mark for people who have that knowledge. Also, hey, Frog Fryer, I hope you're doing well. And Nanochips, good to see you. Enjoy your lurks. Asking questions can give you the knowledge to make funny joke in the future. Making not particularly funny joke based on assumptions and minimal knowledge is generally an unfunny joke. Perhaps there's a degree of truth to what I'm saying, or what I'm saying is nonsensical stupidness. I don't know why I stuttered on nonsensical and said nonsensical twice. It's a fun word to say, I guess. But, you know, just my 14 cents. You had to be there, chat. Okay, I have a question. How did you get that? How did you get that screenshot of that? Where did you get that from? Also, MMXSC, it's good to see you. How you been? I'm genuinely perplexed as to how you got a screenshot of that thing's tail. Well, it's not funny to me, but it's funny to you. Right? Like, a joke could be funny to you, but not funny to me. Right? Which is kind of the whole point of it. You're making a joke about a dwarves artifact that I see as a really cool little lore dump. And something that will be marked down in this fortress's history for all time. And as somebody who's spent the last 9 months building this fortress, lore is important. Literally the last 9 months building this fortress. 10 months almost? It's been almost a year since I started Longdeath. I'm still here. He liked the socks and the Kias for their curiosity. That is indeed an oddly well-placed Dwarf Fortress joke. I have a lot? Eh. I am very impressed that you went through all of the effort to grab that specifically. I am very impressed that you went through all of that effort to go grab that exact clip of that VOD. So what have you been up to, MX? It's been a minute. Hope you've been well. I hope you've been well. Also, hey, King of Knowles. Also, Flemmy, shoutouts for, not just getting mad at these conversations and actually, like, hanging out and chatting them out. Beer? You mean brew? Jeez, how long have you played this game, Blind? You know, a lot of people would get called out or commented on with things like this and would just, like, get mad and leave. It's so much better than just getting banned. Why would I ban you? You haven't, like, yelled at me and, like, completely disagreed and kept doing a thing that I say is not cool. You're doing the exact thing that you do to not get banned. Although you had a pretty good opportunity to get banned earlier today with the first joke that you made. That was a very good opportunity to get banned. All you had to do was make the same joke a second time with a kappa and dismiss the comments. That's all that you had to do and you would have been banned. But you didn't. You talked about it, which is healthy. Healthy for everybody. Man, human royal treasure is beating up H2O. I can't kill this human or it will start a fucking war. But man, I really want to kill this human. Fortunately, human is pretty weak. Really tempted to just, like, not allow visitors in the fort so he just hangs out on the edge of the map. First joke, Kappa. Do you want me to bot that? Just so that you can feel like you got banned, Zalora? Does the fort have access to hops? You mean as in, like, beer hops? I mean, what kind of alcohol are we making, actually? Now I'm kind of curious. It's been a while since I checked the drinks screen. Give the game a second. Are hops a thing? There are certain types of hops, which are specific types of plants, which are in Dwarf Fortress. You've been very sick? Oh, that's unfortunate. Hope you're feeling better. Or I hope you're getting better. Or rather, glad to hear that you're getting better. I mean, we actually had to use that earlier today. Children will be banned. Well, I mean, we have barley wine, finger mullet beer, foxtail mullet beer, beetroot wine. I like that, just plain wine. We keep buying grapes from the elves, that's why. Cranberry wine, bilberry wine, blueberry wine, blackberry wine, raspberry wine, dwarven ale, dwarven beer, prickleberry wine, sewer brew, fisherberry wine, apricot wine, plum wine, dwarven wine, and, of course, our famous strawberry wine. You're a wall vampire of chaos. Yes, you are indeed the wall vampire of chaos. I'm glad that is a form of identity that you associate with and enjoy in your life. Hey, Orange. How's your cheese?
Cheese for everyone!
What's been on your mind since eating American pancakes in the morning? I haven't had pancakes in a very long time. I want some pancakes. Strawberry wine does sound good, you know. There's a brew made of maple syrup. That sounds like something that would exist, yeah. Hold on. Maple syrup beer. Maple Rush is a dark, robust porter made from certified organic Ontario maple syrup, wood-aged in Canadian maple, from spring-running sap to fall's changing colors. The maple's free bookends is a Maple Rush from brew. Are you 19 years old? Yes. There you go. Brew! Maple Rush. This does sound good. Tasting notes. Maple Rush is a porous, opaque, black with a dense tan foam. The aroma is heady with a mixture of black malt and espresso notes that are softened by sweet maple wood impressions. The flavor of the robust dark malt and appetizing maple, and the finish is silky, luscious, and rich. I drink too. Did you not see those earlier? I thought, like, I mean, we were posting them when you were here. It's 5.6% alcohol, pretty hoppy, or relatively hoppy. Sounds tasty. I don't ever see that beer out here, but sounds tasty. You were thinking more akin to liquor? I've definitely had a maple whiskey. Definitely had maple whiskey. But I'm sure a maple liqueur could happen quite easily. I've never had maple rum. But you have BTTV. Oh, yeah. So Twitch added animated emotes while you were on vacation. The plan currently, Beelug, is I'm going to make a waving version or an animated version of the panda emote and an animated version of the laser. Get rid of those 4 total emotes, the static ones, and then replace them with more dwarf emotes. That's the plan. That is the plan. Also, Beelug, you're still alive and you're 98 years old, but you're ashamed at the lack of dining tables, apparently. I don't know how that's possible. There's dining tables everywhere. Ah, okay. One of those breweries. I know what you mean. That sounds like Vancouver Island Brewing. Vancouver Island Brewing was delicious, and then they wrecked it. They absolutely wrecked it. They completely, totally, and utterly destroyed it because they were bought out by a different company and, well, you know, just wrecked. You know, just wrecked. Just wrecked. Animated frothing beer. Not making an animated beer emote. Nope. Because if your beer is frothing enough to be animated, then you're pouring it wrong. No, we're sticking with the 3 animated emotes that we have and then the 2 that I just mentioned. Ironically, Vancouver Island Brewing got bought out by the Molson Company, so there goes that. They used to have one of my favorite Hellsbocks, which makes me really sad. Really like Hellsbock. It's a good form of lager. One of the few forms of lager I actually really enjoy. I need a ballista arrow. Making more sand and glass. Oh, also, B-Lug, since you probably missed it, I've recorded and am in the process of editing an interview with the developer of Soul Ash. So that'll be out soonish. And then after that video's done, I am probably going to pester Tarn again. And then after that, I'm doing an interview with the developer of Odd Realm. So I've got that whole schedule worked out. Autumn has come, meaning it is big shipment season. Big shipment season. Soul Ash only gives you a WoW currency in the wiki page. Well, you're searching on the wrong wiki. Go to itch.io and type in Soul Ash. Or go to Steam and type in Soul Ash. You could also play the demo on Steam. What's this game? This thing. But if you buy the itch.io version, it has, what's the word I'm looking for here? No graphics, because the graphics aren't done yet. Still working on them. But I would just get the itch.io version because it's, you know, fully playable. But they had a Kickstarter for it, but the Kickstarter unfortunately failed. The humans are here to give us our annual tributes for the year 251. Demos are nice, but I sometimes wonder if they're worth the work. Yep, 4 more years until year 250. 4 more years. But I would say in general that, oh no, in general they're better for the consumer, but they're not proven to sell more games. If anything, statistically they sell less games. Tribute report, the Council of Men, 251. Let me know when you want me to scroll, Stone. Hey, Zalasaur, it's good to see you. I hope you have been well. Still debating on buying that Lego game. Not gonna lie. Still debating on it. That new one, yeah. The one that came out this morning. This thing. Lego. Copyright. Builder's Journey. This thing. Still debating on it. I don't know. Chat seemed kind of meh on it, but I don't know. It looks really satisfying and chill. In the terrible resolution you were watching it. Yeah, that's the other thing is like I don't have like RTX card, so I couldn't actually run it at its full beauty. Oops. There we go. Now we're scrolled. What does this scrolling mean? Oh, Stone is screenshotting everything on this list, and it's a very long list. So I have to scroll down so that he can see the rest of it, because it doesn't all fit on one screen. Yeah, 5 raspberries, 10 oat flour. Kinda like that oat flour. Brought us a giant iron axe blade and an oaken barrel. Of course, 20 raspberry seeds. Wi-Fi doesn't do much more than 160p. Oh, geez, you got some shit Wi-Fi. Now we wait for the other humans who are right there. Is that an elf name? Looks like an elf name. Shoutouts to the water buffalo cheese. They were running it without RTX. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those, it's a graphical showpiece game, right? But I don't have the fancy cards to run it. So I don't know. Dark Alliance reviews are now up to mixed from mostly negative. Still, people are just like smacking that game sideways. That is brutal. Shit. Dark Alliance, yeah, the new Dungeons and Dragons game. This game. It's, well, Dark Alliance is, it's Vermintide, but D&D. You have the screen shit? Good to know. I too have the screen shits. It's a terrible disease. I mean, I don't know about that necessarily. Oh wait, are D&D games like? Yeah, that was it. Yeah, this. I think that I'm starting to feel like D&D games might just be like the new Warhammer games in a way, where it feels like a lot of D&D games are, and like Magic the Gathering games that are not like just the card game. It's like they kind of feel like they don't really know what they're doing when they're making games that aren't the tabletop game that they already make that's good, you know? It's like, oh, well, you make video games, so go make the video game kind of thing. Warhammer games kind of feel that way, where it's like, hey, you make video games, go make a Warhammer. Go make this, but that, you know? I don't know. It's hard to word it, but it's very human. Really? I mean, that's not an N. That's, because an N would be an N on this screen. It's definitely not an N. It's the other little weird icon, whatever that is. Hold on, let me hit this button. Oh, no, it is an N. You're right. Weird. Why is it showing up as that, then? Oh, because it's a lowercase. Right, duh. It's a lowercase n. Not an uppercase n. Silly me. You are correct. Multiple tiles. Same thing. People always expect the freedom of the tabletop. I mean, the one D&D game I remember playing and really enjoying. Well, actually, no, there's two, now that I think about it. Was Neverwinter Nights, the first one. I do remember playing and really enjoying Neverwinter Nights. And the other game that I remember playing and really enjoying was the D&D arcade game, the 2D beat 'em up, side-scrolling platformer. That game. I remember playing that. I want to say split-screen co-op on my friend's computer, because it was just a beat 'em up, right? Like just running around punching shit. I think those are actually on Steam, aren't they? Hold on, let me just look. I think those are on Steam. Although you go to Steam and you type in dungeons, a lot of things pop up. You go to Steam and you type in Dungeons and Dragons, a lot of things pop up. A lot of Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, this is Chronicles of Mysteria. This game. I remember playing this. This is a D&D game. Now this is a D&D ass D&D game. Look at this. This is the good shit when it comes to D&D games. This was my jam when I was a little kid. This was the good stuff. This was the good stuff. It's like, look, it's D&D. I swear, it's definitely not Golden Axe. I don't see any similarities between this and Golden Axe. Yeah, no, I had a lot of fun playing this with a friend.
Many people ask me, Nikita, we will be the blin.
Hi Ryan, how are you? Morning. Yo, did you get the chance to watch the race on Sunday? Why haven't they remade Golden Axe? I thought they did. Did they not? Did they not make a new Golden Axe like recently? Okay, so I just learned a thing. Golden Axe is on Steam and it's $1. How did I not know this? Golden Axe is $1. Huh. Golden Axe stream? I mean, it doesn't have online multiplayer. It just has remote play together. That might be enough for me to be like, nah. Nah, I'm okay. Although, Dawnborn, we might have to gift Evil Trick Creeper World, because Creeper World just got co-op, and we're going to stream some of that. So we might need to gift Evil Trick Creeper World if he can't get key for it. How dare a many... Well, I mean, it has remote play together, but that stuff's okay. It's not great. It's just okay. You watched the highlights, very happy? Right? Yeah, no, me too. That was an extremely boring race until the last 3 laps. That was a very processional, boring-ass race. You don't know Creeper World? I mean, I don't like Astroneer. Astroneer's meh. It's like meh at best. Creeper World is the extremely ugly game. Is an extremely ugly game that is extremely fun. I mean, I might need to do an emergency Creeper World stream. If Evil Trick has Creeper World and wants to play Creeper World right fucking now, I'll play Creeper World tonight with him. I don't care. Creeper World's so fucking good. So fucking good. No, this is Creeper World. It's the extremely ugly video game. It's an RTS for people who hate RTSs. It's an RTS that's all about building towers and stationary units that don't move much and you're killing giant gray goo enemy. I mean, it's one of those games where it's like, this looks awful, and then you look at the reviews and it's like overwhelmingly positive, and there's a lot of them, and you're like, okay, there must be something here. It came out. That's not too far off. It's like RTS, but it's tower defense sort of. But like you can move the towers, and it plays like an RTS game. I mean, like, did I just put people in prison? No, we're okay. It's like a tower defense RTS. I mean, like that Creeper World 1 and Creeper World 2 were Flash games, right? Like they came from like the web-based games stuff, and they're designed by a guy who is a self-described not a game developer. He's a software developer and mathematics programmer. So he describes the game as like software. Like, it's really funny when you hear him talk about his game because he's like, yes, I made this software that people can play and interact with. It's like he is not so much a game designer. He's much more of just a software developer. So his games all have like stupid UI made by crazy people. And like, you don't collect like actual resources. You collect the blue stuff and the green stuff and the orange stuff. Like it's all super simple like that. And the world and story is like nonsensical and stupid, but it's like, yeah, it's one of those games that exists because the internet, and I'm super happy that he can just work on that weird thing full time forever. Sort of like Dwarf Fortress in a way. As the reason I don't like Astroneer is it makes me extremely motion sick, so I have a hard time enjoying Astroneer. The most fun I had with Astroneer was I built a big ramp and I pushed a soccer ball down it, and I watched it go boing and bounce away. So, I mean, it was technically an artifact, but it was an artifact that just happened to be shaped like a beach ball. Ryan Stone, can you do me a favor? Can you come up to Vancouver, take this fucking heat and take it back to Arizona? It's 37 degrees outside today. I keep checking the weather and it keeps getting hotter. Like the guaranteed high today was supposed to be 31 and now it's like 37. I just refreshed. Tomorrow's supposed to be 24. Day after that's supposed to be 26. Then 31, 35, 37, 34, 38. You have air conditioning, I don't. I'm sweating. I'm sitting in a puddle. Help. Please. I mean, I do have air conditioning. I could plug my air conditioning in, but that's expensive to run. It's actually really funny. Last year I was bitching around this time of year about how hot it was, and that, no, I didn't. Okay. I will just simply state this. Stop joking about hot tub streams, or I will simply ban the phrase because I'm so fucking tired of hearing it. Put yourself in my shoes. It's not funny. It was like 102 over here in Massachusetts. That's around 39. Yeah, that's about that. 30. I think like what 106 is like 40 C. I think. What are the consequences for having a wrong weather report? Is there such a thing anymore? Because we're so good at predicting the weather now. I'd also have to learn a different language and leave my country, leave my parents, leave my family, the few friends I do have. Yeah, not worth it, Dawnborn. I would much rather stay in the far superior, bigger country of Canada. And, you know, be above sea level for when that water rises, which it's going to. I have absolutely no desire to stream anything even remotely similar to a hot tub that I'm in. And I'm so fucking tired of hearing people joke about it. Like, literally. Imagine going to work and then every day having someone tell you at work to take your pants off. Like, that's basically what it is. It's like, hey, please expose yourself. Hey, I'm tired of hearing that. Thanks. I'll stay in Canada, thanks, Dawnborn. I'll stay in Canada. Yeah, but that's not what most people say when they're joking about it, you know? It's just, it's gotten so fucking old. It's one of those, Orange, where it's like, it was funny the first week those jokes were made, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so tired of hearing it. But I'm starting to really get tempted to just like add hot tub stream to like banned terms on this channel, because I'm just like, oh my god. Yeah, we definitely want to see my nipples. It's just like the rune word. The rune word. RuneScape? RimWorld? Why? Now I'm trying to like think. What rune word? Oh, is RuneScape something that Evil Trick will set you on fire for? I didn't actually know that. Please educate me so I don't ever mention RuneScape around him. Really? Wow, okay. Fair enough. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Please put your pants back on. That's exactly why my pants are off. I'm in a Wendy's. Really? Huh. I mean, RuneScape is a terrible video game, so I understand. Like, genuinely, it's a terrible video game. Wait a second. I mean, depending on what country you live in, that might actually already happen. Depending on what country you live in. Orange. Maybe not in Canada, but... Makes note to not say RuneScape around evil. I mean, Rhinestone is just going to change his username to something that rhymes with RuneScape and just, like, constantly make things that rhyme with RuneScape. Prunescape. Coonscape. Loomscrape. You know. Dune Mape. Dune Fape. Dune Drape. Dune Drape. Dune Drape? I'm gonna have to, like, help Evil Trick ban every single term in his channel that rhymes with RuneScape. Banscape. There you go. You'll get lots of Dune games in your life pretty soon, Dawnborn. But, unfortunately, it won't be the games that you want. And I can elaborate if you like. But I predict that by 2025, you will have 3 or 4 Dune games. At the very least, announced. You miss Westwood? Well, none of them are going to be on RTS. That's why. Because, well, here, I'm going to grab you some visual references. This is Conan Exiles, aka the Nuts video game, made by a company called Funcom. Funcom, you may know for such things as Moons of Madness, whatever that is. Isn't that? Yeah, that's like a Lovecraftian first-person thingy. Mutant Year Zero, which is pretty good. Conan Unconquered, which is, I suppose, a video game that I forgot that they made until about 20 seconds ago when I remembered that they made that video game. And this thing, which was a video game, and the Anarchy Online reboot, The Park, and of course, the Longest Journey video games. These guys own the, and also, oddly enough, the, whatever Metal Hellsinger is, that looks pretty good. What is this? Oh, it's published by Funcom. Anyway, Funcom owns the exclusive rights to make all Dune video games from now until 2028. And to my knowledge, they have 3 games in development. Also, the founder of Kit Fox Games, the people that are publishing Dwarf Fortress, worked at Funcom for a very long time. But that's besides the point because she doesn't work there anymore. That's not true. Conan Unconquered is an RTS. And it's, also, Unconquered, I don't think is a name. It was made by Petroglyph, but published by them. And yeah, it was made really quickly as a clone of their Billions in about a year. You know, it's, what, 72% positive reviews, poor Metacritic, mixed reviews recently, graphically looks kind of dated. So, survival RTS. If it was good, me and Evil Trick could probably play it, but yeah, I'll pass. I'll pass. Yeah, one RTS that wasn't received well. Oddly enough, developed by Petroglyph, the guys who came from Westwood. So, yeah, good luck on getting a Dune game that you actually want to play. Man, that fucking human just literally, okay, so literally this human right here comes to my fortress every year, tantrums, and beats up a dwarf or a pet. That's all that this human does. I don't like this human. They're literally like coming here with like abuse that they do. But no, the only new RTS that I'm actually looking for right now that I'm literally just going, please don't be shit. 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 Starship Troopers, Terran Command. Please don't be shit. Please don't be shit. Please, you're gonna be shit, aren't you? Please don't be shit. 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 Put that on the box. Please don't be shit. That's my review code. Although my one major concern is it's single player only. That's already a bit of a concern, but it's published by Slytherin, so it might not be shit. But it's published by Slytherin, so it very well might be shit. It's a very mixed publisher. But yeah, no, King of Knollsite, that's probably not too far off. I don't know. It's just like, that's a perfect game to just like slap in a survival co-op mode. Like, I don't even need to play as the bugs. Just give me a survival co-op mode. Please. Please don't be shit. So he's got the word gust, human, and violence. Or maybe just like make him look kind of angry and make him like staring down a dwarf or something. I kind of want to make a statue of that human and have him beating up a dog in it or something. I'm not sure. But he keeps knocking over my instruments in my tavern. You know what I could do? I could make the only public building in the base a temple and see if he'd knock down a statue or a table. But I don't know if I want to infest the humans with a were creature or something that might be dangerous. But I could probably manufacture that into happening. Also, what the fuck is this? I've never seen this before, but apparently it's got incredibly positive reviews. This came out on my birthday, Slipways. I've seen a bunch of emails about this game, but never actually seen it. Is it just like a really simple 4X? What is this? But I'm just shocked at that overwhelmingly positive review score. It's a puzzle game, not a 4X game, not a strategy game. Huh. Interesting. That sounds... Suddenly I'm interested in it. I don't know. Dwarves are reading books, doing what they gotta do. Why does the bloke whose image you drew bald and with his eyebrows so long have to be a violent dick? I don't know. I don't know. I'm always like fascinated by why is this particular character violent? His wrists have his own blood on him. Are you slitting your wrists, human? Why does his wrist have his own blood? He's got bloody wrists. Maybe from getting into a fight. His left foot bears a short, straight scar from one of my dwarves last year, who punched back. Oh, tantruming again. He's attacking LaFonda now. I literally can't fight him back, but the dwarves appear to be saving the injured. LaFonda's getting rushed off. He's fighting with Rhine now. Rhine moves off. Ooh, even more fighting going on. I can't hurt him. If I hurt him, it could cause a loyalty cascade. Blood everywhere. Now he's tantruming and... he's very weak, don't worry. You probably can't kill them. Most of the dwarves that actually get hit by him, it's like, oh, now he's crying. He's crying and fighting people. He's got blood on his wrists and crying and fighting. He's now dazed. But he's a very weak human, so he doesn't generally do much. Like, he started attacking Rhine, but the fight was literally just like, oh, he took a couple punches, a couple bruises, and that's about it. And then Rhine just beat the shit out of him. Now, like, Yeah, no, it's literally just like my dwarves beat the crap out of him. So now his upper leg is bruised, his right lower leg is bruised. They basically just like kicked him in the leg. They kicked him in like the upper thigh, and now he's just like on the ground and just like ah! And then Merchimal, who's a very depressed dwarf who's been in the fortress for a while, is just like sitting there crying. You know, actually, I'm just going to expel Merchimal. Because then you'll have a chance of living. Otherwise, you're just dead. Never mind. Ryan was found dead. Didn't make it to the hospital. I'm very sorry. But going forward, our tavern is no longer all visitors welcome. We will not let the human into the tavern again. What even were your wounds? Those are very minor wounds, too. I mean, LaFonda also got attacked. It's literally just like her foot. War with humans incoming? I will not start a war with humans. I will, however, no longer allow them to come into the tavern. Just, I mean, he's still tantruming. He just toppled a statue. I like to think that Simplex, the mayor, is calming him down. Even though he attacked Simplex. The mayor just dodged away. He's screaming, "I've been injured badly," and crying. Yeah, what a terribly rude human indeed. I might have to make all of my... yeah, you know what? I think that's what we're going to do. Everything is going to be set to citizens and long-term residents only. So he can come and visit, but he has to stay outside of the fortress. I mean, he's not a citizen here, so our laws don't apply. Humans have legal murder unless caught. Let's see where Rhinestone's tomb gets placed. Rhinestone was a good dwarf. Had several students and did many good things. So let's see what they draw about Ryan the Second. Sorry, Ryan. I feel kind of bad. Yeah, no, we will not go to war with the humans. They're too pathetic. You did indeed have many more years ahead of you. You really did. Engraved on the wall is a well-designed image of Ryan II, the dwarf, and a prepared meal by Stone. So Stone did this engraving. Ryan II is raising the prepared meal. The artwork relates to the masterful prepared meal created by the dwarf Ryan II for the eternal adventure of time at Longdeath in the late spring of 243. It's an image of you cooking something, and you're holding the food up. That's a beautiful statue. A beautiful statue. A poor dwarf. Since we won't respond, you are correct. We will not respond. I mean, I could kill him, but any dwarf that's a friend of his might attack the dwarf that killed him, which could cause a loyalty cascade, which could kill the whole fortress. Because most of these dwarves are family or friends. If someone's kindred spirit gets murdered by somebody, then the dwarves or humans' kindred spirits will then attack the dwarves that carried out that death or that murder in this instance. It's a massive, massive shame. For reference, Ryan, your dwarf was like 90, I think. Also, for those of you who don't know, just a little shout-outs and ad. Over on the Halcyon Frequency Discord, as of this morning, we are now hosting a second multiplayer server. Up until recently, we've been hosting a Minecraft server, which we're waiting on some stuff to get updated before we can update it to the most recent version. But we are now hosting an Empyrean Galactic Survival server. So if you are interested in playing some Empyrean Galactic Survival with the community or friends and subscribe to one member of my stream team, you qualify to be whitelisted. So if you'd like access to that, you can do that. You can hear the sadness in the voice. I'm genuinely sad, yeah. I watched that dwarf grow up. That dwarf had like 4 apprentices. One of the apprentices was Tiny Goliath, who is a scholar. Trees was another one, who is a sage. And is now married to Bluewater and has 2 children, Massive and Pilot. But had a former master in Rhine, which I don't think will be listed here now because they're dead. Yep. They are dead. Once it gets updated? Oh yeah, I'm sure lots of people will. I'm sure lots of people will. How's Massive? Massive is running around, playing make-believe. Do not hide yourself behind an unfeeling mask. So this Massive here agrees with me that, well, VTubers are scary. That's what this dwarf agrees with me on. But feels enjoyment after playing Maple Leaf, uneasy dwelling upon being caught in the rain. Delighted remembering having a truly decadent drink. You really like apricot wine, a drink that we have quite commonly in the fortress. You dream of raising a family, and you feel that those who can attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and deeply respects eloquent speakers, has a negative views of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't care about fairness. Is currently 2 years old. Needs like 3 or 4 more streams probably before being an adult. Maybe 3 more streams before being an adult. Allows you to be employed though. Fair enough. Do what you got to do to be employed. Do what you got to do. I get that. The dwarves are still emptying out Rhinestone's things. That's why they're all running into that bedroom and running out. It's because they're emptying out his stuff and preparing the bedroom for somebody else to take it. Although there is now space for a Rhinestone III. There is now space for a Rhinestone III in the future. Weird. I just got an email from an account saying, hey, keep your account safe. And I'm sitting here going, oh no, did somebody like log into my account? No, it's just like an instructions on how to set up 2-factor authentication and how to change your password, and recommends that you change your password from time to time. Changed the password for that particular account 3 weeks ago, and I have 2-factor set up. Why are you sending me this email? Sheesh. Making me unnecessarily worried. Sometimes I need to manually check. Most dwarves automatically just select new bedroom. But like if I look at this and hit A, anybody who is green doesn't have a bedroom assigned currently, so that dwarf needs a bedroom. So I've now assigned it to a new dwarf. But they do not auto-assign, no. The dwarves have to go and claim it. Like Flemmy's already claimed a bedroom here, right? Nobody has claimed to this bedroom. I'll give it to Spitalier, who's a baby still, so they aren't old enough really to use it themselves anyway. Because they will share bedrooms with their family until they are legal age. So yeah, we'll let Spitalier do the same, because Spitalier is only 3. Spitalier doesn't really need a bedroom yet. Same with Massive. Don't really need bedrooms yet. They will claim one probably when they're an adult, and if they don't, we'll give them one. Rhinestone, he will come back. Well, I mean, you're not coming back as a ghost. When they turn 12. 12 is when they can be assigned jobs. And they become a peasant. It's funny, there are some people who get really frustrated when they have lots of kids in their forts. What about Necromancer? I don't think there is a single Necromancer in this world. Because, I haven't gone out of my way to acquire slabs, and I don't think that they've been left out. How old is your dwarf beer? Probably pretty close to adult. You're 8 years old. You were born in the year 243. You value sacrifice and don't care if others take the time to master skills. You don't particularly care about craftsmanship. You dream of creating a great work of art. You have a calm demeanor and you're impervious to the effects of stress. You have a strong sense of duty and you're very single-minded, trusting, and quite polite. You sound like a military dwarf. Friendly individual, has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, isn't given to flights of fancy, likes to brawl, curious and eager to learn. Yeah, we're definitely putting you in the military. You're joining one of the spear squads, I think. Probably right as you grow up, most likely. So the human diplomat is now running around in the fortress, but next time you come in, this diplomat will hang out at the edge of the map. We'll run in to the mayor's office, talk with the mayor, and then leave the fortress because they're not permitted to hang out. There is no public spaces in the fortress anymore, and I'm not going to let there be any public spaces in the fortress, specifically because of the fact that they killed one of my dwarves. This human is, like, as far as I'm concerned, merely a local friend, merely a diplomat, no longer a friend. Ruined it for everyone, pretty much. Yeah, we will remember Tegism for a while. The royal treasurer, outcast of Longdeath, of the eternal adventure of time. No, 12 years old into the military with you. 8 years old is still just a child that will play with a warhammer for a while. Is $10? Ooh, that is pretty pog. That is pretty pog. How's life been, Ryan? Today's your day off, yeah? Today is your day off, yeah? Today and tomorrow? Are we recording a podcast today or tomorrow? Because we should. You know what's what's the coolest change that's happened to a video game recently? Is Creeper World now has co-op. That's something that I'm now very cool and happy about. Is Creeper World now has co-op. See, Siltstone pedestal toppled by Tegism. Good lord. Where did you topple that fucking pedestal? You goddamn human. Don't even know. Basically just have to watch this human as they run around now. Didn't the other Ryan surviving being dead by the game crashing? I feel like that's the case, yeah. That seems true. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. I think I need to, like, pre-make some cold rice for the next few days, so that I have cold rice to eat tomorrow and the day after. It's too fucking hot. Don't like this human. 2 ballista arrows. 1 crown. It's early winter. I think we'll get those jobs done. We'll get those jobs done, and then we're going to lock the dwarves in the tavern. Sucks that we had to lose Ryan. Really, really sucks. She felt affection when talking with a friend. See, this is why I have to be careful. This is why I have to be careful. Because this dwarf is kindred spirits with Tegrism. So if I kill that human, then this dwarf will try and kill the dwarf that killed this human because they're kindred spirits. That's the concern that we have. So if I kill that human, it'll probably end Longdeath. Because of how many dwarves are really, really, really good friends. So it's basically just giving all my dwarves a license to kill each other if I kill that human. I don't have a lava lake to drop them into, but it could potentially still cause that because those dwarves would then all tantrum and be distraught because their kindred spirit was killed. So let's just say you are best friends with somebody. Like you adore somebody, and then they die in a horrific accident. Would you be distressed by that? Doesn't matter if I kill them or if it's a horrific accident. All the dwarves that are kindred spirits with that human will be distressed by it. There is no free of consequences thing that you can do here. Also, if that human comes to my fortress and never goes back to the elves or the humans where they came from, the other humans are going to be like, what'd you do to him? Why'd you kill him? They're going to start asking questions, which could potentially start a war. Certainly not worth a war. It is, however, very frustrating that there's now a human in my fortress who shows up once a year and breaks a bunch of stuff and leaves. Fortunately, his hair is sparse, extremely long, and his head is somewhat tall, and his hair is gray mixed with tan, meaning he's probably middle to late age in his life, meaning he's probably getting kind of old, meaning hopefully he will fucking go off and die of old age sooner rather than later. But till then, there isn't really much I can do, unfortunately. How many years has this human shown up, Stone? Humans only live to about 70, right? Meaning he probably doesn't have that many years left, hopefully. Nope. Dying of old age is natural causes. Also, I don't think that's possible. He'll just not show up one day. 244. Meaning at most we might have another 10 years of him. I would guess. But he left the map now, so we don't need to worry. Dwarf Fortress is interconnected and neat like that. You were a year off? Okay. Well, I mean, 30 years would be a long period of time for a single... Actually, what's the longest period of time? Like, this is a lot of information to ask of you, Stone, because you keep track of this stuff in your head more than I do. But what is the longest period of time a single human royal treasurer has come to the fortress? Because we've had quite a few. Good question. They may blame us for it. They might blame us. It really depends on who witnesses the murder. You know, like a large bird of prey caused one of the human wagons to fall off of my walkway on my walls early on in the period of time in this fortress, and 2 horses went splat and a human died. They didn't blame us for that, and they came and traded the next year. But something like that could cause a war if it's a important human that died in that interaction. Chat. One picture point just sent me a DM. I'm not certain he wants me to promote this, but I'm gonna anyway. Go support OnlyFins. That's a really good name. Gonna go follow OnlyFins and you know, support some OnlyFins. It's of course as he put it, a dry run. Although I don't think it's actually dry because it seems like a pretty wet run. But it's a 24/7 fish stream. For fish and good music, I would assume. To the Pokemon fish controlled stream. Yeah, this isn't like that though. Also, Blue Water has given birth to another girl. Does anybody want to be this brand new baby girl in the fortress? Brand new baby girl. Brand new baby girl. Adorable little baby girl. Is she a pretty girl? I mean, she's a dwarf, so probably adorable. Adorfable at the very least. Any takers? Anyone? No? Knowles. She is the daughter of Blue Water and Tiny Goliath. She is a faithful worshiper of the Spear of Incineration and a dubious worshiper of Shistek. And a worshiper of Shistek. What is the Spear of Incineration? Deity of the United... Oh, the god of war and fortresses. And of course, the god of disease and death. I hope that you had a good table topping session. Did you top all of the tables? She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She has a recessed chin. Her cobalt eyes are wide set. Her head is somewhat narrow. Her hair is a crew, and her medium-length hair is braided. Her skin is sandy taupe. She personally sees competition as wasteful and silly, values honesty, and prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity. Doesn't feel strongly about the law, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She is a coward, completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger, and does not find most jokes humorous. I mean, she's a baby, so she doesn't speak yet, so that would be why. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Well, she's a baby, so she doesn't really show much emotion. And she's conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept. Well, she is a baby, so. She finds obligations confining, though she values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by her natural tendencies. Well, she is a baby, so she is often nervous. Well, yeah, she's a baby. And she has a greedy streak. Duh, she's a baby. She has little determination and confidence. Well, yes, she's a baby. And she is trusting. Well, of course, she's a baby. And she is a friendly individual. I mean, she is a baby. So, yeah, what Diamond said. She is often uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently, so she's scared of anybody who isn't Mummy. And she winks during conversations. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Because she's a baby. And good babies need alcohol to get through the working day. As if babies have a working day. Welcome to the fortress, Knowles. She's definitely a baby. Am I sure that she's a baby? Well, I mean, I'm not sure that she is a baby, but she was born today, which makes her very young indeed. So that usually means baby. She was grouchy when caught in a snowstorm, though, because she was born in a snowstorm, I guess. The winter baby, early winter baby, born in a snowstorm. Also, how you doing, mister? Good to hear. Glad to hear that you are well. It's too damn hot in here. Although it is starting to cool down in here, which is kind of nice, actually. How do you set up micros? Control R. And then Control P to play the micros. There is a way to record multiples, but you have to look that up on the wiki. I'm not actually entirely certain how to do that on the wiki. My neighbors are stomping around like they're the fucking dinosaurs screaming fee fi fo fum. Or isn't that like the Jolly Green Giant? I don't actually know. Control plus L to list them? There you go. Yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah, I almost never use macros. I use them sometimes for like designating bedrooms, but that's about it. I've just gotten too quick with the keyboard to really need them. Fee fi fo fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. I think is that how that story goes. Keep forgetting that your laptop is still set on winter time. You should go to bed. Oh, no. Yeah, it's got to be pretty late where you're at. It is 3 p.m. here. You normally go to bed like an hour ago-ish. But you can't because you have stuff left to do? Like what, making memes? Like what do you still need to do? Also, I don't think I actually said thanks for this, but thanks for the raid right at the start of the stream, Diamond. Presentation in the morning? Oh no. Or for schoolwork stuff? When are you finished school for the year? Like I feel like school's basically done over here. Over here in good old Canada. Speaking of dwarves, how's Formal doing? Dwelling upon getting into an argument. Unable to fight for too long. You want to fight? All right, well. I'm going to let the Eternal Guard train for a bit. Although I'm saving a spot for Beer Manier in the military. Because that little kid's going to need it. Well, don't wreck your night's sleep, you know? I'm actually just kind of halfway watching this fish tank. It's the final presentation for the year that your final project, final grades need to pass. No sleep for you. Oh, jeez, man. Well, I'm glad I can keep you some company, you know? Got a dwarf who's meditating on speech. It's good stuff. But yeah, no, I hope everybody's had a solid week. Hope everybody's had a good week. So far. Stone. Just gonna say, have a glance at the count. There's a thing for you. You gotta do it. I was about to do it myself, but I see that you should do it instead. But yeah, no, final presentation of classes and such is like kind of a tough thing. Also, chat, is there anything that anybody's particularly interested in outside of the Steam Next Fest stuff? Because there was a lot of games that were kind of not really announced, but like confirmed and given release dates and new shit. Following a tiny indie dev team, you hope you're getting on their alpha. What game? What game? I am curious. Scent of Ashes. That is a very generic sounding name that doesn't really let me on to know what that is. Now I'm gonna go look it up. Give me a sec. I'm curious. Curious about what people are interested in, you know? I'm just gonna say that is a really difficult name to search for. There's a lot of things that are ashes of or thing of ashes. Vivid Storm Interactive. I think I found it. He's decent. I mean, there are no link rules, so yes, you may link things. He's decent. Is this what it be? I found it. Okay. What is it? This is pretty concept art, but I don't know what it is. Sit on a partially terraformed planet in another solar system. The initial prosperity of its inhabitants ensured to them advanced AI, which what is it though? Features an extensive single-player experience with a rich procedurally generated world to maximize opportunities for replay, provided unique situational challenges, coordinate the base building through priorities, and work with colony management. Games like RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress don't compare it to Dwarf Fortress unless you're actually comparing it to Dwarf Fortress. But you balance your resources against rewards and risks in a hostile world. Nothing like Dwarf Fortress. And war, scrap steel. Rival sandbox game. Okay, well, I mean, there's no footage of it. Just some cool art. I don't know. I need to see like gameplay footage to take a game seriously like that. I mean, it seems like an interesting concept, but like there's lots of interesting concepts out there, which isn't particularly unique or interesting to me yet. They're still working on their AI. Gotcha. I don't know. I'd be curious to see like a concept trailer of like what it's supposed to look like. You know, I mean, those are particularly common trailers that are just like, hey, this is what we want the game to look like when it's done, but this is just like an artwork of it. Even something as simple as that. I'd be curious to see that. Thanks for the $1, Darren. Second dollar of the stream. Cheers. The second dollar of the stream. A couple beers for that. Big thank you. I need to pour more coffee because I got no coffee in this right now. So instead I will have some water from my Planet Coaster. I don't even know if you can see this. Or Planet Zoo, rather, not Planet Coaster. Planet Zoo branded water bottle. Hey, Vetlinger. Speaking of people who do cool artwork, Vetlinger makes a really cool tile set for DF. A bit too many pixels for me, but... Are you doing anything with the, or planning to do anything with the Steam version? With the bajillion extra sprites that are needed? Something that I want to do at some point is I want to talk to a bunch of DF mod makers, specifically, and ask about their takes on the Steam version and what, like, the workshop's going to do, and the overcomplicatedness of how making sprites are going to be interesting. You have a few things planned? Yeah, that's what Meph was saying, that people already have things planned, so I'm kind of curious. I'm just like, because like in a world where he's just like, yeah, there's 256 sprites in the water or in the lava, it's like, that's a lot of sprites that people have to draw. I don't know. People make high quality texture packs for Skyrim, so I guess people are crazy about that sort of stuff, and someone's gonna do it, but. I don't know. It just seems to increase the necessary learning curve by such a massive margin in order to actually create things. I'm worried that we'll see less new tile sets, but also worried that we're going to see a lot more bad ones. Feels pleasure after a sparring session. Formal Blizzard really likes sparring. Takes you about 10 to 30 minutes to make a single creature spray. Doing all the creatures will take a lot of your time. So the thing that I want to know is, and I was talking about Krug Smash. I was talking with Krug Smash about this after I finished interviewing him, and it didn't make it into the actual interview. But something that I want to know is, will it? And I should probably ask Tarn this as well, but Meph could probably answer this in one sentence. But something that I'm curious about is, will it be possible to make tile sets for the Steam version that don't utilize all of the sprite options, you know? Like just draw one creature and then just, instead of having like all of the different states of decay and all of that, like, is it possible to just make a tile set that completely negates the seeing armor on dwarves and stuff like that? Like, is that possible? Because it's like, I kind of want to have a tile set that's just like this one or vanilla, but in the Steam version with all of the fancy features of the Steam version's tile set, if that makes sense. Like, I want, like, the fancy colored UI, and I want, like, all of that, but the actual graphics for the game themselves are significantly simplified, like, back down to what it is in curses. I'd be really curious to see that. Really curious to see that. You're not involved with the Steam version in any rebuild? No, totally. Since you can specify what creature shows up in the graphics file. I mean, someone like you probably has more idea of what the Steam version modding scene is going to look like than someone who's never, you know, modded the game before, so. I don't know. I think it'll be interesting. It'll be curious to see what it looks like by the end. But, you know, we still have a lot of time, right? Like, I don't know. Especially the way Tarn was talking in the most recent news post. Like, I have a very real feeling that, like, we're looking at spring 2022. I don't know. I was pretty confident that it would be out this year until that most recent news post where he's like, yeah, still working on the workshops and this stuff might get saucy. It's like, yeah, about that. I don't think it'll be out in 2025. I think we got before that, but like, what was his exact wording? Next up, we'll probably be looking at finishing up the labor rewrite and the workshop profiles. Like, workshop profiles isn't done yet, which is what he was saying he was working on the last time I spoke with him, which was in February. And how all that connects up with the military stuff, which he hasn't started yet. So I take this to mean, like, he hasn't started adventure mode yet. So, like, we're not... admittedly, like, there's less UI elements in adventure mode than there is in, you know, the other modes, but still, it'll take a while. It'll take a while. I don't know. The thing that I think that worries me is there are people who think that they want one thing out of DF, but they actually want something completely different. And while Dwarf Fortress is quietly making its graphical version, or maybe not quietly, but loudly making its graphical version, we have this on the polar opposite side. We have all these other developers trying to just make Dwarf Fortress in a different engine or on their own code or whatever. Or trying to make a game that's like Dwarf Fortress enough that, I don't know. I'm very worried that the thing that's always happened to Dwarf Fortress in the past is going to happen in the future going forward, which is somebody just makes a thing that convinces people that it's close enough to Dwarf Fortress that they don't buy actual Dwarf Fortress. Was Adventure Mode introduced? It was the initial mode. Dwarf Fortress was originally just Adventure Mode. The original, like, gameplay concept for Dwarf Fortress was you would see an AI destroying a fortress, so you'd spawn into a randomly generated fortress and watch it destroy itself from fun, or digging too deep, and then you would go in as an adventurer and discover what happened. That was the, like, original concept for Dwarf Fortress, was that you would be an adventurer that would go in and find out what happened to the fortress. And then eventually it became, oh, you get to control the last little bit of it. And then it became two separate modes where the player plays adventure mode. Yeah, another thing that kind of worries me is I was watching Disnoff, who's one of the most well-known RimWorld streamers. And he asked when the Steam version's coming up because people just do that to me now. And I was like, well, you know, I don't know. And then I mentioned what Tarn still has to work on, like, namely adventure mode. And he's like, people don't play that, though. Like, no one's there. No one's here waiting for adventure mode. They're waiting for fortress mode. I'm like, oh no, this like just proves one thing to me, which is people don't actually want Dwarf Fortress because they think Dwarf Fortress is something else. They think it's RimWorld like, which it's not. But I'm so worried. I'll be honest, I am very worried. I don't think I led on to that in a lot of the videos and the stuff that I do, but I'm very, very worried. Yeah, right? I don't know. It's pretty 50-50 split in the DF community, those who play Fortress mode primarily and those who play Adventure mode primarily. It's like, yes, I primarily play Fortress mode, but I respect the hell out of Adventure mode. And I'm looking forward to the UX overhaul for it because... And for, like, questing overhaul and all that stuff. Like, I'm looking forward to that because I would like to play that, but with the quests unbugged and all that stuff. Yeah, we already talked about that. Freskins. But Adventure Mode was the original pitch for Dwarf Fortress. Because the original pitch for Dwarf Fortress was you would show up as an adventurer after the calamities happened and you get to find out what happened. That was the original pitch. And then, you know, it kind of changed pretty rapidly from that to something else. Kind of changed pretty rapidly from that to something else. Like many projects do. Gonna go around the edge here and get those gems. Pretty new to DF, and you've only done Fortress mode. You don't even know what Adventure mode is. Is it harder? Well, okay. So there are 3 modes of play in DF: Fortress mode, Adventure mode, and Legends. Legends, you read the history of the world in like a book perspective, right? Like you go through all of the events and happenings of your world, right? Fortress mode, you build a dwarven fortress in your world and interact with your world that way. Adventure mode, you walk around the entire world in an open world format and explore everything. So you can do everything you can, or any individual dwarf could do in adventure mode. But as any race, any character, part of any faction, certain races are kind of buggy, but in theory, you can do everything that an individual dwarf could do in Fortress mode, but in a single-player RPG format. So is it harder? No. It's different. It's obtuse in its own weird ways. It has its own clunkiness and its own issues, just like Fortress mode. We'll see you later, Dawnborn. Thanks for swinging by. Yeah, I mean, like, if you find Dwarf Fortress in and of itself interesting, Adventure Mode is just that, but as a single-player RPG instead of a, you know, base-building game, per se, right? The problem is RimWorld, which is the game that a lot of people think Dwarf Fortress is now because everybody's played RimWorld and they just assume that everything that the creator of RimWorld says is fact and that his game is very similar to Dwarf Fortress. The difference between RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress is RimWorld is a tower defense game with base building elements and some mood management, whereas Dwarf Fortress is a world builder that you can interact with, right? Like, it's to the point where certain documenters and certain people who talk about Dwarf Fortress and write books about Dwarf Fortress describe it as a world simulation, not a video game. And to a degree, I think that that is very much true. It is not really a video game. It is a world simulation that is interactable, right? The world simulation goes on and does whatever as you play, and you can choose one of 3 ways to interact with the world simulation as you see fit. And that's what's intriguing and fun about Dwarf Fortress, is that it is genuinely just a simulated world that does its thing, and you can play with that if you want. Even if it's just a simulation. I mean, life's my favorite video game, even if it's just a simulation. Or my own imagination, who knows, really? I could be dead right now, I don't know. It's like... Dwarf Fortress is the only game that I've ever played that is convincing enough of a simulation that if someone were to tell me that those little dwarves are going to gain sanity in a few years because they get so smart, or self-awareness, rather, that's the word I was looking for. Gain the rights to insanity, I guess. I would be inclined to believe that. I'm doing all right, Magna. How are you? I am indeed doing all right. And a Pokemon ROM hack. What's the clicker in the idle game? I quite enjoy some clickers from time to time if they're good. Poke clicker? Oh wait, is the clicker the ROM hack? Or like, is it a ROM hacked clicker? Or because I thought I read that as like, I'm playing a Pokemon ROM hack and also a clicker. Or are you playing a Pokemon themed idle game and a Pokemon ROM hack? Because that sounds like a lot of pokes and a whole lot of mons. Maybe more mons and pokes than I can handle. Although, I don't know anything about Pokemon, but I could go for a Pokeball right about now. That sounds pretty good. Your Poke to Mon ratio is out of control. I completely agree. We need a Pokevention. A Poke intervention? An interpokevention. Yeah, that's what we need. We need a intervention to poke things. Also, spring has arrived. Meaning if a dwarf is going to die of old age, they're going to die tomorrow. Or right after the game finishes saving. Okay, that's I guess the clarification that I needed right there, Magna. Sounds pretty chill though. I'm streaming and halfway watching this, which is currently being adjusted, but this is a friend of mine's 24/7 fish stream that he's working on. Still very much a beta. And the humans have arrived. Yeah, only fins. Shit cam better than fish cam? You know it! I should make a 24/7 shit cam stream. No, I shouldn't. But go give him a follow. Help him get affiliate. So that he can monetize his fish. You know, who doesn't want to monetize their fish? This human's moving really slowly. Shit cam. Yeah, this is shit cam. It's the crappy cam that I have for fun. Versus this, which is face cam. But it can be that kind of website if you want it to be that kind of website. You know? Everything has a price on it. Even websites. Although if you dig hard enough into Twitch, I'm sure you could find someone doing something like that. I'm sure there's like a 24/7 cow stream somewhere, and somewhere that cow poops. And then it's technically a shit cam. Just saying. Just saying. Only several? Although to be fair, I don't go looking for porn streams on Twitch, so I'm sure you could find them. I mean, I've talked about this many times, but the Twitch used to have a random button where it would just pop up a random stream. And me and a friend of mine used to just like click that random button. We had this game that we'd play where we'd just like click the random button until we found porn or somebody wanking off. And it never took very long. It was always like at most 20 minutes. At most, of just clicking the random button every few seconds. They just seem to pop up in your suggestions. You got some pretty smexy suggestions then. I've never run into this issue. The fish stream is Picture Point. I don't know if you've seen him around, Lump, but I've rated him a few times. It's Picture Point's side project. You could say they were quite suggestive. They were suggesting you suggestive content. And you suggestively opted out. Also, how you doing today, Orange? Did your wallet recover from torturing poor Formal? Good to hear that you're okay. It's got to be pretty soon that you start working proper, yeah? Because you said July, right? If I remember correctly. Stone, the humans finally walked all the way down and into the fort. They brought us some horse cheese and a tin cage. Nothing in it, though. You're up to $10 in Litecoin. Wait, what? Why did Litecoin go up? I thought the entire crypto market was exploding because mining was banned in China. But Litecoin went up, you say? What? I'm like checking that now. Litecoin's down 7% in the last hour. What are you talking about? How are you up? How about pig cheese? Like milking a pig and making cheese out of that. Because Dwarf Fortress will stretch that if you have an open mind for anything cheese related. There is some questionable cheese in Dwarf Fortress. Basically, if it has a teat, you can milk it, and if you can milk it, you can cheese it.
Cheese for everyone!
So, you know, you've tried both? Okay, where did you get the opportunity to try pig cheese? That I'm... Ew, elves. It says ew. Now it says we. It says he-wee. Maybe it's Pee-wee Nelson. Such a fun expansion for what? I don't know what that is. Whale cheese? I don't think we should milk a whale. Just gonna say that right now. I don't think we should do that. Maybe we should ask for their permission first. I feel like that's distressing. Oh, well, I mean, I play it because it's a meme. I don't actually know where it's from. I'll be completely honest with you. I play it because it's a meme. Or rather, I didn't play it. Chat played it. Chat just simply asked for it, so I let them have it. Also, I don't believe I ever played that expansion. There's no wooden windows, right? I got a shit ton of glass windows. Elves, you can buy some glass windows from me. Milk is too bitter. We'd have to sweeten it then. Pure milk toothpaste. I'm good. I don't need to eat that. I think whales are big enough to F up anyone who tries to milk without consent. Did you hear about that guy who got eaten by a whale? Like recently? Or rather swallowed by a whale and then spat out? Because I was reading about that guy's life. Apparently he was in 2 plane accidents. Jonah? No, like recently a guy got eaten by a humpback whale. He was just scuba diving and got eaten. The whale ate him on accident, supposedly, and spat him out. Apparently he had like a few seconds to kind of go like, oh God, I'm in a whale. And it's trying to eat me. Yeah, no, you're right, Stone. If it happened or not? I mean, there was eyewitnesses. Whale has big mouth. Yes, this is true. Whales indeed do have a big mouth. I mean, you're not wrong. Lump, you are not wrong. You make a perfectly valid point. You need big mouth for all that plankton, yeah. God, it's too fucking hot in here. Experts abound. They always need counter view on the talking head programs. What for what? Please trade for this. But a flying squirrel, a chipmunk, echidna, fluffy wambler, a cougar. Ooh, I'll take the cougar. Big kitty. There you go. The elves now get glass windows. And I now have big kitty. Let's put big kitty over there. Gremlin? No gremlin. Unfortunate. But no gremlin. Sorry to disappoint, once again, with the lack of gremlin. Some fish make their living swimming right next to whales. Yeah, this is true. Look, big kitty. Big kitty. And then Big Kitty is now free. Big Kitty now live in fort. I don't know what I'll do with Big Kitty, but I don't know if glass windows are lava safe. I don't actually know. I'd need to test it. So I can't actually answer that question. Or like look it up on the wiki and see. Cougars can purr. So can lions, can't they? What was the name of the deaf and blind girl who was super famous? Because she was quoted saying that lions have a big purr. Why am I blanking on her name? Helen Keller, that's her name. Yeah, exact. Yeah, Helen Keller. Yeah, because one of her dreams was to 1880 to 1968. Sheesh. But yeah, no. Helen Keller was one of the things she wanted to achieve in life was to pet a lion. And well, this is a quote. The quote is that the lion has a big purr. It's probably just it grunting or growling or breathing, but still. Well, they roar. I mean, they growl. I'm sure that they probably make noises that would feel like purring, even if it's not actually purring. Lions tend to like growl while I'm kind of curious what Stone means by that, but what can human do? Speak. That what human do? Speak. Humans speak. We have language. More so than a lot of animals, but not necessarily superior to other animals. It's just more immediately obvious and abundant to our simple, feeble minds. Boring. I mean, boring to us, right? Also, investments are open while we continue to build this big old tube. 252. Some humans speak, other humans just make vocalizations. What do you mean by vocalizations? You mean like just sounds with their mouth? Humans are also one of only a few animals in the world that are capable of recognizing a beat in music. Another one of those animals being sea lions. It's too damn hot. Humans can make a mess of everything, so can house cats. I mean, humans fabricate problems to then have no solutions to. We create problems and not create solutions along with them. We just need to get better at creating solutions instead of more issues. We're very good at creating a solution for a problem that just creates more problems. Humans speak by slapping meat together. Slapping their own meat together, not other meat together. It's because, you know, if I take two steaks and go, blop, 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 I'll just get a bloody mess all over my wrists. It's not going to make speaking sounds. We speak by slapping our vocal cords together, which are indeed created out of muscle and meat, yes. I was just quoting Helen Keller. Can I not quote Helen Keller? It's a good quote. The lion has a big purr. Even if it can't technically purr. You don't need to go full on factoid on me. Sheesh. But I hereby concede and say that you are correct, probably. That lions probably can't purr. I still like the quote, though. Besides, it's a good thing that they can't purr, because then people would be more inclined to keep them as pets. Not that it ever stopped them anyway. You have no lion expertise? I mean, you got to remember that Helen Keller is somebody who could only feel. She had no sense, she had no sight and no hearing. And I would assume that a lion roaring or a lion growling or grunting, like they do quite frequently, would make a similar vibration sound to a cat's purr, even if it isn't technically a cat purring. So her perception of it would probably be the closest thing that she could comprehend to that, which would probably be the sound of her purring. You have learned about a cat's bone structure. I have an important question, Stone. Was it satisfying? Or rather, is that satisfying? Okay. For a second there, I thought that there was like a white dot in my cam square, but it's not. It's in-game. Good. Then learning is success. Speaking of learning is success. Hey, audio. Welcome back. How's your day been? I have a problem, audio. My brain is mush. It's too hot. I can't think. I've been like trying to decide what to do for evening game, and I can't decide because all I can think about is like, that game requires thinking, that game requires thinking, that game requires thinking, that game requires thinking. I kind of don't want to cook dinner because it's too hot in here. It's like I might just order takeout tonight. It's like that's all I have to say. It's awful. This sucks. How hot is it? Inside about 30 degrees probably. Outside 24. It's gone down a bit. We hit 31 today. On Saturday, we're supposed to hit 37, and on Sunday, we're supposed to hit 38. Monday next week is supposed to be 35. It's supposed to get hotter before it's going to cool down. I only own one pair of shorts because I'm not designed for this kind of temperatures. Dinner, takeout. Dinner, takeout, money. Ugh. That's how I feel about takeout. It's like, I whenever I get takeout, undoubtedly, I will get it, feel good about it while I'm eating it, finish eating it, be mostly satisfied, and then look at the bill and then get mad at myself. That's always how it goes. Or I look at my credit card like 3 days later and then feel mad at myself for doing it. But I have fish tank stream, so that makes me happy. This is Picture Point's fish tank stream, which he's currently adjusting a camera for, apparently. What, you look at the bill and then you just get mad at yourself? Yeah. Relationships, takeout food, they're basically the same thing, right? Do cats have ear bones? I was gonna say that like I would expect like like the outer end of a cat's ear to be just cartilage, but you mean like inner ear bones. So I was confused for a second. I was like, I mean, I'm sure they'd have a lot of cartilage, but You'd say about 30% you feel unwell later. I don't ever feel unwell usually, unless like I miscount something, but that's my own body problems. You feel somewhat satisfied when you finish takeout? Mic drop. Who's Mike and why'd you drop him? Poor Mike. Mike didn't deserve that. Hey, Gate Nerd. How you doing? What's up, Wind? How's things? How is thing? There's that. And that. And the last little bit. And after that last little bit, I can then... There you go. Start this. And dig out the bottom bit. And go another Z level down. Dreading like the near 40 degrees. I don't know about you or where you're at exactly, but it hit 31 on my street today, according to my phone, which is plugged into a weather station, which is 800 meters from my apartment. Or rather, a weather tower, which is 800 meters from my apartment. And it is currently 24. We hit 31 earlier today. Next 2 days is supposed to be okay, and then it's like fucking 38 on Saturday. I might go hiking on Saturday, too. I might take Saturday off and not stream and just go for a hike with my dad. And if I do, all I have to say is woof. That's all I have to say to that is woof. Oy vey. Oy vey. But if we do, we're going to probably go up to Stave. And if I do, I'm taking this camera. It'll be a video on YubTubs. Better bring sunscreens. Bug screen and sunscreen and bug repellent. I was going to say that backwards, but bug screen and sun repellent. That. Two things that you need when hiking. Sunscreen and bug repellent. Or certain regions, horsefly repellent or moosefly repellent if you want to get real heavy duty. Also, I would like to remind everybody that you should go watch this stream. This is a friend of mine's fish stream called Only Fins. He's streaming fish 24/7. So if you ever want some fishy business, get some fishy business. I halfway bullied him into that, so. Did I buy that Lego game? No, not yet. Not yet. It's about $5 more than I'm willing to drop immediately on it. I will buy it. Bear repellent? No. Best bear repellent is a can with a bunch of ball bearings in it. Only fins. Yes, no, you're Russian, not a Finn. I understand. But no, the best bear repellent is literally just like a tin can with a tin can with ball bearings in it is the best bear repellent. Bear spray is actually a terrible bear repellent. Anybody who tells you to use bear spray has never had to fight off a bear, because bear spray does one thing, and that's piss the bear off. It's the best way to get killed by a bear is spray it in the face with bear spray. Beer repellent? That's called Alcoholics Anonymous, sir. Is beer repellent. The best bear repellent is a large group. Oh, that's the second best bear repellent. The best bear repellent is a can with a ball bearing in it. I mean, you only need to run faster than the slowest person in the group to get away from a wild animal. We've talked. This is like common Canadian survival tactics. Frog for hire. You only need to run faster than the slowest person in the group to not die. So as long as you're faster than the slowest person in the group, you're good. And always bring one slow person you don't like with you. You have schemes to share over Hivemind. Send me your schemes over the Hivemind, because I am curious to see these schemes. Speaking of schemes, if you want a stream of that, he might be looking for branding, Fog. I don't know if you're looking for work, but I'm just trying to get Picture Point affiliate on his second account. Ah, D&D schemes for the Hivemind. What kind of D&D schemes do you feel the need to share with the Hivemind? You can legit fight them off? I don't know if I agree with that. As somebody who's been chased by a black bear, I don't know if I'd agree with that. I mean, maybe if you had a baseball bat and hit it square in the forehead, possibly. Possibly? I'll be back in a sec. I need to take a leak. Also, cutest, if you're still here, I received a package from your country today. It had a lot of stamps on it. 12 stamps, to be specific. And Adra the Metal Outlaw would find this interesting, too, because it's a Russian hair metal band from the 80s. Called Formula 1. Which I kind of don't want to post on stream or show on stream because it's kind of not safe for work. I don't know. There's a lot of ass on the cover. Evolution of the ear? What are we? Wow, you guys are falling down a very interesting rabbit hole here. That's all I have to say. You guys are falling down a very interesting rabbit hole. Looking at ear bones. Whoa! Frame rate got laggy for a second. They're trying to path over top of each other, probably. Let's do that. And that. But how we doing, Adra? Hope things are good for you. Also, Fog, I have a question. How would you feel about designing a T-shirt for me? Just because I think that your art style would work real well for it. Based off of a really bad joke I made. Some people in chat might remember what I'm talking about. Group agree to transport high priority item across a border to another empire. Got ambushed, railroading them from a small village to repair and recover. A village contains odd acting people who are under the control of a demon. Sounds like fun shenanigans. Sounds like a story in itself. So, what does NFT stand for? It definitely stands for, that's what it stands for. So I might need to do a limited run of t-shirts that say something along the lines of like NFT non-fuckable t-shirt or something. That's basically what I'm like. Well, that's called not fucking sharing. It's called being American. Can't talk on it. Good shit. And I mean, the full length of the meme, Orange would be each one of the t-shirts comes with a unique QR code on it that links to the NFT that you buy along with the t-shirt. So you buy the NFT for $1,000 and it comes with a t-shirt that says non-fuckable t-shirt and it links back to an NFT that is an image of the t-shirt. That would be the full fucking idea for it, but also I don't like NFTs, so no. We have an old Twilight Zone or Body Snatchers vibe. Ooh, where the town turns against you. I love that shit. That shit's great.
No.
You know, I know that that movie, The Village, had a lot of plot holes and wasn't the greatest, but man, I love the idea behind that movie. I mean, you guys are talking about cats purring in your bones. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about fucking t-shirts. You can take that in whatever context you want. It should have a QR code that links to a one-off website that's just a don't buy NFTs or something. Or like a website that just talks about how like NFTs are destroying our environment. I'm talking about non-fungible t-shirts, okay? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about things that are definitely not fungible. Because I've had no fun talking about this subject. So you want to know something weird about Prime Day? Prime Day got delayed by a week this year in Canada because of COVID. Which I'm like, wait, what? Like, I don't actually give a shit about Prime Day, and I can't remember the last time I actually bought something on Prime Day, but really perplexed by that. Really, really, really perplexed by that. It's like, hold on a second. Really? Prime Day is still a thing? Yeah, it is. You bet. You bet it still is. You'd think that, like, Amazon would do a better job promoting Amazon shit through Twitch, but they don't. Sticking to the speed limit signs that were AI, that made the AIs think they were stop signs? I have no idea. I have no idea about that. Or for Amazon Prime Video, I get ads that I absolutely hate now on Twitch, which are during the day I am a this thing. And at night, I stream video games to my community. And they have like a $15,000 streaming setup. It's like this massive, beautiful streaming setup. And they're like, but like during the pandemic, I couldn't get a job. So my audience sent me to Indeed. And I went and got a job. I'm so fucking tired of that. So fucking tired of that. I'm so fucking tired of yeah, said no one ever. That sounded backwards. Yep. Just like go to YouTube and type in Indeed Twitch ads because it's like, oh my god. They are hard to watch for me. Not because like they're bad ads, but just because they're so not representative of what being a streamer is like. It's absolutely not. It's so far off. It's like, I am a streamer in my part-time for funsies. I have a $5,000 computer and $1,500 in fucking smart lights behind my head. Also, it's summertime. You saw IR? What do you mean? Can I just comment on the fact that, like, Stream Decks are ridiculously expensive? And the fact that my audio interface has the same features as a fucking Go XLR, except it was $150 instead of $600? Can I just shout that up for a second? Marketing stuff to streamers is a booming industry. It's something. That's for sure. Perfect lighting setup off camera. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, how's my lighting, chat? It's got a pretty good aesthetic to it, right? You know what I'm using for a light? An $11 LED light that is for doing makeup. It's an $11 light ring. Just basic. Maybe plastic hot tub sales. This black void is how I feel about the majority of Twitch. It's true. And you know what, chat? Thank you very much for helping us keep up that 400 sub mark. I'm not gonna lie. I was very much expecting to like fall down within a week down to like 300 again, but I got another week of pretending that I'm a much famouser streamer than I actually am. You're not wrong, Ryan. You're not wrong. I mean, mine, I just have a secondary external keypad, which was 99 bucks. Aesthetic lighting, indeed. As long as it's affordable aesthetic lighting, who cares? I like oath. Is a good word. Fuck sub goals? Why's that? What goals should I have instead? But I don't necessarily disagree. I'm just curious as to where you came to that conclusion. None? Well, in order to... I was gonna say, in order to have no sub goals, I need to make my Patreon goal of $1,000 a month. But you did that instead. Well, you know what that means. It means I get to reset the sub goal and gift a sub. That's what that means. Thanks, man. Billionaire, thanks for the raid. Sorry, I kind of got caught in the middle of the crossfire there. How was day one of the new thing, the Empyrean Galactic Survival? I sent some people your way. I don't know. I think they maybe joined. My bot's having an aneurysm. Jesus Christ, man. Few people I recognize got caught up in that. If you got gifted a sub, enjoy the ad-free viewing. And if you're somehow watching the stream right now, yeah, the bot's like getting an alcohol problem. Go watch Bellinair, or not Belag. Go watch Bellinair, and join the Halcyon Frequency Discord, and go play Empyrean on our server. And then the other thing that I have to say is I need someone who's not subbed to my channel. That works. Devoted, guess what? You get a sub from me. Because I just made my sub goal, which means I have to gift a sub. Thanks for the 100 bits, Anonymous. Cheers. That's almost a hype train. A pretty big one, too. Said to watch Boner? Bellinair. I mean, close enough. There you go, Devoted. Now you get some emotes and ad-free viewing. I needed to gift a sub to somebody. So. Thank you, Orange. You mad lad. I need... Oh, okay, there you go. There you go. That's it. Pilot, thanks for gifting a sub. The bot really couldn't. No, he really, really couldn't. He really fucking couldn't. To be totally fair, that is how I feel. Wait, what? Why have I not made you ballista arrows? Am I out of wood or something? Devoted, thanks for paying that forward. Cheers. All right, who do I owe thank yous to? Devoted, thanks for gifting a sub. Pilot Guy, thanks for gifting a sub. Orange for the 100 bits. Orange with the 20 subs. And Anonymous with the 100 bits. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. You on your way out, Renbird? We'll see you later if you're headed out for the day. Big thank. Big thanks. You guys are kind of nuts. Well, specifically Orange is kind of nuts. The rest of you are just very kind. Also, we have 420 subs. Well, actually, technically 423. So, blaze it, I guess?
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
He bites off something, man. Definitely bites off something. To get at the something else. I recognize both those names. Thanks, Pilot, for gifting out 2 more. Just enough to bring us up to the next level. Seriously, why are they not making those ballista arrows? Make sure you get a shot at the spoder. Dude, I want that spoder so bad. I can't even fully explain why I want that spoder so bad, but I do. The humans have arrived to trade, and the troublesome Tegism has arrived once again. And look at this. It shows up, it immediately goes into a panic. Shaken to the core by stress and anxiety. I wonder what happened to this person. What caused you to become so upset? What in the world? Also, Orange, we have to make, you didn't bankrupt yourself? I'm glad you didn't bankrupt yourself. Well, we have to make OnlyFins the biggest stream in the world. Well, maybe not in the world, but definitely in the science and technology directory. That's what we need to do. We need to make OnlyFins super big and famous. Bellinair, how did the first day of Empyrean go? You're watching it? Good. I mean, it's already got as good a concurrent viewership as Picture Point's day stream, so. Hates the fact that Longdeath has been exploiting his people for 1,000 years. Wait, what the fuck just happened? Why was Flemmy just found dead? Hold up, what? He has to make an OnlyFans for his OnlyFins. He has to do that. But seriously, what? How long has this dwarf been dead? Because, like, there was no combat. Made ships and things? You gotta get Evil Trick in there. I'd love to see the ships that Evil Trick would make in that game. Yeah, I have no idea how he just died, but is that your blood or something? Nope, that's wine. I am very confused by this. Must have died on the 1st of spring. Because we really weren't in the tavern for a while. Cause of death? Not foul play. Tedgism says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. World is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, please. Wouldn't it be amazing if me requesting all the wood caused a war between the between the humans and the elves, and they blame it on me? Hedgism says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. There we go. We are now assembling those arrows. Actually, I wonder if a portion of this is... I don't actually have enough siege engineers. That could be part of it. That could indeed be part of it. Would that happen? What, foul play? I mean, foul play would happen. I did ping them with a request for more keys, but I never heard back, unfortunately. Which makes me kind of sad, Belliner. Oh, shit! H2O and Peter II got married! That's actually kind of awesome. You got married to H2O, who was 146 years old. How old are you? You're 100 years old. Look at that. You mean meetings, not beatings. Wait, there goes my forehead. Yeah, you got married. I got into an argument with Seeker, who is your wife's only son. So H2O's husband died. Also, guess what I got, friends? I got it! Thank you so much for gifting a ridiculous number of subs and sharing some bits. And I get stupid Spoder. It's okay, chat. We don't need any hype trains for the rest of the month because I got the stupid Spoder. I now have, and I got the 2 I want. Spoder, bro. It only costed me a gift sub. Actually, my gift sub doesn't affect the train at all, and I get 1 emote for free regardless of the hype train. My gift sub actually didn't count towards the train. Streamers can't start trains in their own chat. Can pay legacy to nada. I don't know what that means, but I will do my best to pay legacy to nada, whatever that is. Oh, that's your spider adventurer. Okay, sure, fair enough. Yeah, that checks out. Good lord. To answer your question for PicturePoint and PicturePoint's chat, they'll get affiliate after they stream for 7 days with the view count that they currently have and hit 50 followers. You just unlocked a new badge? Neat. Nice badge. For gifting 50 gift subs. Is it weird of me to say, is that all? Is that all that you've gifted? Because it feels like it's a lot more than that, man. Uh-oh. Let's assemble a few ballista arrows. 65. It says 50 on my screen. You'd donate 4 more if there's... I think the next one is 100. So that's, what, 45? But no, it's 50 that you got for that one. But yeah, no, next fancy one is 100. Although, unfortunately, you don't get any emotes for them or anything, which I think is a little silly. It's like, the gift sub badge goes away if you don't gift a sub for 30 days. And you don't get anything permanent for it. Whereas the bits badge you do, which I think is a little strange. Oh, jeez, we're in trouble. It just feels kind of inconsistent. Who's going to prison? Tiny Goliath is going to prison for 200 days? Oh my god. I like Tiny Goliath. I mean, fair. I didn't get it done, so. Holy V. At least it's not a beating. 200 days? Man, if I lose Tiny Goliath off of this, I'm gonna be sad. Because Tiny Goliath is a good dwarf. Good dwarf with kids who's married. I do have, you can't have custom bit badges, yeah. I just don't have custom bit badges because I find them to be super confusing because the default bit badges are immediately recognizable, whereas the custom ones are not, usually. So, repent? Oh, that's good. He repents, which means he's going to be super happy by the time he leaves prison. We'll just give him a minute to sit in prison. Yeah, repent after being confined. If they're guilty, that's really bad for their mood. If they repent, that's really good for their mood. So, if anything, I think Tiny Goliath will come out the other end happier. You've never seen anyone use them? I mean, Evil Trick uses them. I think it's very rare to see people use custom bit badges effectively in a format that is easy to read. Also, only one of the human civs came to trade once again. It's like 3 years in a row of only one of the human civs coming to trade. The humans are being weird right now. I don't like it. They're still bringing us tribute, but they haven't come to trade in a while. Yeah, no, I think in my entire history on Twitch, I've seen one person, I think, use custom bit emotes or bit badges in a really good way. You could say you're being sus. I don't know about that. But yeah, they're being strange. I wouldn't quite say they're being suspect. I'm not suspecting them of plotting. They just are acting odd. There we go. Buy a bunch of clothing and continue bringing more clothing. But yeah, one day, don't worry, Orange, one day I will get rid of the sub goal. One day. Once I hit the Patreon goal. But the Patreon goal's a ways off, so. The Patreon goal is $1,000 a month on the Patreon, and I turn off all goals on the stream. So the weekly leaderboards at the top of the stream and the sub goal from there. Ironically, I'll probably lose money when I finally do that, but I will do it at some point. 'Tis planned. It'll happen. Yes, I'll still have hype trains on. Hype trains will still happen, but the leaderboards will go away. If I ever get to that point. We'll see. Ideally, if I did get to that point, you know, I would just be making enough passive income that it's all good, right? As do many. Yeah, well, I mean, you can still collect emotes and badges and all that shenanigans. Just, it'll be less obvious where it's coming from, if that makes sense. Does the king want more stuff? Nope. How's Tiny doing? Tiny is doing great. Well, that's excellent. All right, Tiny Goliath, you're a really good dwarf to put in a prison because you really like being in prison, apparently. The 120 tier? I mean, technically it's $89.99, but yes, in Canadian it is 120. I'm doing pretty okay. No complaints. Yourself, Medica? Congrats on getting caught up in that gift wall. Although the problem is if somebody actually were to do the thanks I hate it tier on Patreon, I would need to pester Belag to actually get that script working because I don't think it ever got finished. Because I don't think anybody ever actually bought it, and I was going to make it cheaper, but it just never ended up happening. So I kind of low-key hope that nobody actually buys it. Yeah, $89.99 a month is what Orange is talking about. It's talking about my Patreon. You'd be tempted if it was 69 CAD. I mean, it would probably be 69 USD, not CAD. Because my Patreon runs on USD, not CAD. God, it's too hot. My brain's not working properly because it's too fucking hot. Is CAD a parody? I hope not. I think it's $1.18. I think. That feels right. But I hope not. If it was a parody, I would be not in trouble financially, but potential trouble financially. Because it's summertime, meaning my secondary income, which is working for my parents, as of next week goes away. So I am 100% stuck on Twitch income over the summer instead of like 90% of my income. But yeah, if I'm very perplexed. A game that I have early access to that the game isn't fully playable yet just suddenly got an update where it got achievements. But, okay, so look at this. I own this game, right? I own it. But this version is just the demo, right? But this will turn into the full game. This just got added. I click achievements, and it just takes me to my profile. So they added achievements. Yes, that's about accurate. I wish the Canadian dollar would drop in value because then I make more money. I like it being about $1.30 CAD per 1 USD. I like it around there. Otherwise, it's like... Yeah, right. Billionaire, exactly. Still pretty strong. Yeah, well. When is Proteus getting it more levels? I thought it did. I'd be down to replay Proteus pretty soon. I haven't looked at that in a while, I'll be honest. Looks like, yeah, they're just doing level editor updates and stuff. Haven't seen any. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of custom level stuff. I'm sure they're working on it. I'm sure that they are working on it. Then it would be worth more? Yeah, well, let's talk to the USD about that. Money printer go burr. I mean, yeah, kinda. Hey guys, do you remember that really weird little roguelike that I beat the first try and it bugged out and didn't let me get the win? This thing? Apparently it's out of early access now. About that. Oof. Whoa. Hold on a second. So apparently Tegism went berserk. Sorry, I was like tabbed out. What the fuck happened? All right. Well. So that... Huh. Seems like, seems like got into a fight with Ghost and lost. The human merchant punched the scholar. Missed. Did a bunch of missing. A whole bunch more missed. Got a couple actual hits in. Ghost said, I've been injured badly. There is no hope. I've improved my discipline. That was satisfying. And beat the ever-living shit out of him. Well, fuck. We didn't lose anybody. Where's Ghost at? Resting. Under surgery. Ooh. Left hand is cut open, or right hand is mangled beyond recognition. False ribs are mangled. Killed Tegism. I mean, to be fair, he went berserk. I guess we should dispose of the body then, yeah? Feels like we should do that. Longdeath, are you okay? Yeah, right? You can get pasta maker spitting out cash is beautiful. I believe it, yeah. Well, looks like Ghost is getting tended to pretty well. Guilty after being able to rest and recuperate. You'll be okay, Dwarf. You'll be okay. You didn't commit any crimes. This human, on the other hand, definitely did. Well, they're not at war with us yet. They continued to stick around and trade with us. It's going to be really curious to see who they send to trade with us next time. I mean, I guess you can only fuck with the dwarves so much before they just fuck with you back and kill you, right? And, you know, they poked the rat's nest a few times, so it's not exactly an optimal outcome. Let's watch Ghost recover while the dwarves do surgery. That is fucked up, man. Let me tell you. That is fucked up. How's the fort doing? We just killed the the royal treasurer of the human faction that trades with us. Fort's not gone into limbo. No, Fort's okay. But we just killed this person, Tegism. Tegism. Trampled Market. That's you. This person. Was born in 192. He is of unknown parentage. Why did he go berserk? Good question. I don't know. Started tantruming a couple years ago when he would come to trade, but this time he just went full on berserk and one of my dwarves killed him. Meaning, I don't think they'll blame us for it, but it could. Hey, you got the wins. Good wins, man. How's your dwarf doing? You're a metalsmith. You're forging ballista arrowheads. You are 23 years old. And for some reason, dwarves are not assembling them. You have a good Fog. Thanks for swinging by as always. Yeah, a little bit perplexed as to why dwarves aren't doing something that I need them to be doing. There you go. Human has been removed from the premises. We shall throw out the clothing with it. It wasn't allowed in the taverns anymore. Wasn't allowed in the taverns anymore because they killed one of us. Although this is very fitting. My king is making the rose gold statue of the traitorous human. We shall place a statue there as a reminder to everybody that you do not cross the dwarves. Because even a humble scholar could probably kill the strongest of humans. Cheers, Frog. Thanks much. His head on a spike beak send a clearer message? Well, I don't want to go to war with them. So why would putting his head on a spike send a clearer message? Also, then my dwarves would have to stare at a spike out every single day with a head on it, whereas the humans would only need to see it once a year when they come by to trade. So if anything, that would just be forcing my own dwarves to stare at a head on a spike all day. That doesn't sound very healthy for my dwarves' mental health. I don't know. We'll see what the dwarves make. Or rather, what they made. A lot of people jump to that conclusion, but making your dwarves stare at a body on a spike is far worse than showing the enemy a body on a spike once in a while. No, they would be disturbed by the body on the end of the spike, Jack Merrick. Also, dwarves like dwarfship, not craftsmanship. Come on. Get it right. All right. Well, I don't know why the king canceled it. I think the king got hungry and canceled making the statue. So now Critty's making the statue. Let's see how this goes. Nope, then you cancel it too. Why is that? Bizarre. But yeah, putting it bluntly, no, it would not be better. And no, that's not a message I want to send. I would simply prefer to continue trading with the humans as we have up until now, except with the caveat of don't kill my dwarves and don't send tantrumy people. And if you do, we'll simply kill them. Because we in charge here, not them. Chat, it's too hot in here. Please send help. It's too fucking hot in here. And I don't know what to do for evening game because all evening games require thinking. I need evening game that doesn't require much thinking. Thunderstorms would be great right about now, to be honest. Thunderstorm sounds magical. Thunderstorm sounds absolutely magical. Because that would cool things down over here. Although I have to go outside and water my plants tonight because there wasn't a thunderstorm. So hopefully they're happy. I like how this person just discovered that pathing, people try and path through things wherever they are. And having a were creature, dwarf, locked in a room by themselves, probably behind a door, is enough to break your frame rate. Yeah, because he's trying to pass through the fucking door. No shit. It's the time of the year that you hate living in Florida. You went running yesterday at 5:45 a.m. Oh my god. Yeah, it's been like pretty high humidity here too, but not quite that high. That's rough. What's up, Major Nerd? All right, Dwarf. Are you actually going to finish making that statue? You're supposed to. Get her done. Come on. You can do it. Get it done. Just need 3 pieces of rose gold. It's not that much. And a piece of charcoal. And get it done. Then we can build it. And see what image of the humans the dwarves have. Rose gold statue is finally completed, and we get to see what they draw of that weird human. I can get there anytime soon. I mean, I wasn't asking you to ship any over here. It's all good, Frogfriar. But that being said, Thunderstorm sounds pretty nice right about now. Thunderstorm sounds pretty nice right about now. Oh, that's lovely, Bellinair. I'm a little bit jealous. Be honest, I'm a little bit jealous. Temps dropped like 15 Celsius. Good lord. Yeah, it's pretty safe to say that I'm quite jealous about that. It's pretty safe to say that I'm pretty jealous about that. And then 14. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like that's about a little closer to where it should be, you know? That sounds a bit closer to where it should be. You know, I kind of want to replay Umurangi Generation. Kind of want to do that. I don't know what you guys think of that idea. Kind of want to play that game again. Try and get some fancier lenses. Umurangi Generation. Trying to think about what to play this evening. I'm trying to think of something that I could play that doesn't require a lot of thinking. It's this. It's one of those artsy indie darlings, I guess, is a pretty good way of pitching it. Political artsy indie darlings. It's the best game I played in 2020, in my opinion. And there's a bunch of achievements that you can get for replaying levels, and I kind of want to do that. This poor dwarf. Yeah, that's called Maneater. Yeah, that came out a little while ago. It was an Epic exclusive for a bit. Helmet Snake is fighting with a giant bat. Helmet Snake venom is injected into the giant bat's blood, meaning that giant bat's probably dead. Dude, Helmet Snakes are fucking wild. They're just like a tiny little critter, and then they just like poison one of your dwarves to death, and you're like, oh my god. All right, so we built that statue. This is a rose gold statue of Tejism Trampled Market. Can I just say that that's a very ironic name for a trader who went insane, who tried to start a war? The item is an image of Tejism and humans in rose gold by Critty. Tejism is surrounded by the humans. The artwork relates to the appointment of the human Tejism as a position of royal treasure of the Confederacy of Sport in the year 242, at which point he would go insane. Also, he was supposedly born in the year 160. And he was pretty old. He was pretty fucking old. He was just going nuts and getting dementia or something. Yeah, I have absolutely no interest in playing Maneater, though. So that's the difference there, is I have absolutely no interest in playing Maneater. There are specific types of games that I'm into, and trust me, Maneater is not one of them. But autumn has come. Stone heads up. It's paperwork. It's paperwork o'clock. Because the paperwork, it never ends. But yeah, no, Frog Fryer, I'm one of those people where it's like there's certain types of games that interest me, and then there's some types of games that if I have no interest in, and if I have no interest in, I'm just never gonna play it. You'd be hard pressed to find a game that I'd be less interested in than an open world shark RPG. Regardless of if it goes with the theme of another stream. The humans have arrived. Are you here, Stone? Because this will be the last one of the day. But yeah, Tejism will indeed be remembered as the worst royal treasure that we ever got. Perhaps, you know what, I should also put a statue of Ghost up next to it. Let's do that. I mean, I don't like open world action RPGs. Sharks got nothing to do with it. I don't know. I never found the joke of that game to be particularly entertaining. Unlike watching footage of it, just like looked meh. What kind? Wait, what? I mean, Toronto's like Canada's biggest supplier of MDMA. So, I'm not too surprised. What was it? Stone, are you around? Or am I screenshotting these? I think I'm screenshotting these. I'm just going to screenshot these and add Stone on Discord with him. Oh, never mind. You are here. Got paperwork. Final one for the day. 5 prepared badger brains. Shoutouts. And a copper carving fork. Maybe you could play one of those 1,000 games that came from that bundle. I mean, I've played a lot of them already. How about Frog for Hire? I play Umurangi Generation because that's what I feel like playing. And you stop making suggestions because I'm just going to keep saying no. Good lord. Hey, look, a guinea cock. I don't have a guinea hen right now, but... I will play the game that I am interested in. And I've decided what I would like to play, so I will play that game. It's hot, and I don't feel like thinking, so... Besides, I don't really have much intention to play any of the games in that 1,000-game bundle. I donated $5 to charity. It also just happened to come with a bunch of games that are free to try if I feel like it. Not really gonna be hard-pressed to actually try any of them. I may try some of them, but I don't have to try any of them. I'm not too worried about it. And it's right there if I decide to in the future, which is the beauty of it. I'm going to assume that you got it, Stone, and here's the other one. 25 iron arrows from some hard... 5 artichokes were killed to make those artichoke hearts. Oh my god. Those monsters. It said if you eat an artichoke heart, you gain its strength. I don't think I've ever heard that said before, but I would like to eat some artichoke hearts. Also, that's a nice looking hat, Salazar. Duck game later? Dude, why is everybody suddenly asking for games now that I've decided what I'm doing later? Like, I'm literally about to swap games, and everybody's just, like, asking for other things. I'm like, but, like, I don't even think I could get 4 for duck game right now. Hobo's not even here. Let alone 8. I've never played that game, and I don't ever intend to give them money for that game, Mundatar. Oh, you missed that? Yeah, everybody did, apparently. Anyway, chat. We're in the year 252, early autumn. That's almost 3 years. Peggle. See, now, that's a valid option. Careful. Don't suggest Peggle too many times, or I might just fucking play some Peggle. But anyway, we've streamed 2.5 years plus of Longdeath, which is a good amount of Longdeath for a Longdeath stream. So I think it's time to save the game here. We had a couple kids. We lost a couple dwarves, unfortunately. We would have come out positive, but instead we stayed exactly even. As far as the rest of the stream goes, if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress related things, which you might be, LaFonda is streaming some Dwarf Fortress right now over on twitch.tv/LaFonda. She is the second most viewed DF stream right now, so if you would like to go grab some DF streams, you could go do that way. That being said, my stream is not ending. We're simply switching games. I'm going to go take some photos in my favorite video game to come out last year. Hey, Infinity. Hope you're doing well. But if you are piecing out and want to watch more DF, there's more DF on my YouTube channel than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime, as well as my playthrough of A Plague Tale. And if you want to support the streams, you can do that directly through my Patreon. But we are, as I said, switching games now. Because I've been streaming for 8 hours, and like 7 hours of that was Dwarf Fort. But this is a game that I've already played through, so I don't mind just chilling. So we're in the new directory. This game that we're going to be playing is a game that I've already finished. There's a full playthrough of it on the YouTube channel if you want to see. But I want to go back in and get achievements and try and unlock everything. So we're going to do that. Snuck in with Bell. Oh, I hope you enjoyed Bellinair's stream. Hope it was good. Oh, by the way, the soundtrack in this game fucking slaps. He wasn't as spammy today. Tired? It's too hot. That's all I have to say. It's too fucking hot over here. I want them to put this soundtrack on vinyl so bad, Pilot.